Hello, everybody. Welcome to the pub. Sorry about the delay. Not that easy to get down here on time every time. Bit of a busy day and a very nice and fun and beautiful day up here in the Northeast. Last Dance, thanks for being here, buddy. RW, right on. I missed the long hair. What's up, Topple? The long hair wasn't working anymore. It was a little too... It didn't look good. Brandon, how are you? Yes, I am here. Thank you for that, wife. Yep. And everything sound okay? Hi, Wolfie. Gonna go ahead and guess yes on that. And I'm gonna just go ahead and polish. Yeah. No entendre there. Yeah, let's go ahead and pin the comment in YouTube in case we have some people who join us on phones. That can be a challenge without a pinned comment. I believe the pin goes at the bottom now, which I find very annoying. What's it look like? I hate that pin down there. Is there a way I can change that? Ugh, whatever. I don't have to look at it. Okay. Make sure my blowers are on. Keep this thing cool. Hey, Anticorp, what's up, bro? Good to see you, man. Eastwind, also. Working blue. Thank you for joining us. Cool. Interesting here now. There's a new thing going on here on the StreamYard side of it, but whatever. Does this sound like ASMR? I don't know. You ready, bud? I see you chewing. Do you want to finish eating first? Okay, don't worry about it. Give you a few minutes. Had a nice time out on the Boat today. Caught 3 fish. Small, medium, and large. I'll show the large fish at some point tonight. She was a jumbo. Let me just send it to an easy spot to share it with you. Yep. Little tip, the way I do it at least, is I send it to myself on a Twitter DM, and then it's easy to tab share or whatever they call it here. It works well, so have that to look forward to. Beautiful day. And we got a nice stretch of weather coming up here, which I'm very excited about. A lot of interesting stuff going on. Topple, I'm glad to have you back. I don't know where or what you've been doing, but I feel like you've been out of town and or busy or both, which is fine. So great to have you back. Hopefully you join us on camera. If not, at least you can stick around for some lively conversation. Hey, Steve-O, what's up, buddy? I'm wondering if Anticorp was working on a boat that was in dry dock or working on a boat as in working like out on a boat. RW, what's up, bro? Paka, what up, dog? Hopefully, RW, you join us this week. I know you're got a lot going on your plate, so if you want to just chill in the chat, that's cool too, man. I understand. Anything's fine. I'm just happy to have some people here on screen or off. In the garage, that little dry dock action. Yeah, we needed a battery today, but We got 10 years out of the previous battery, or my brother did. It's his boat. And luckily, the boat didn't start at the dock. And we got the new battery from the marina right there, and boom. But thank goodness it didn't happen out, on the ocean. That would have been challenging. Been a difficult day, but all clear on that. Oh, nice. Hopefully you got a hold of some nice mahogany. You ready? All right. How you doing?
All right.
Good.
Happy Saturday.
Exactly. Missed last week. I was just had too much going on.
Yeah, that's fine.
But yeah, it was a nice Florida trip, and then I had my buddy over here on Saturday, and Friday I didn't get back till 9:00 p.m. So it would have been a stretch to do anything. I was a little bit wiped out.
No problem.
But it was a good time down there. Interesting thing, 85 in Massachusetts and 85 in Florida feels like vastly different temperatures because of the humidity.
Oh, yeah. Is it, I guess it's more humid in Florida.
Way more humid. And it holds the humidity and heat through nighttime, like 9 or 10 o'clock at night. You go outside and it's like a steam bath. It's unreal how hot it is. And it brings in the rain.
Very humid here in Maryland, too, so.
Yeah, I mean, I would say add even probably 5% to what you're dealing with.
Yeah.
One night, I'm outside smoking, drinking, fishing, and the steam just really hit like hard. I was like not moving, and I just started pouring off sweat. And I opened up my radar, and thunderstorms are appearing arbitrarily. Like they're just growing from nothing. Like a really trippy thing, in one grew and popped right above me, and it rained for like 40 minutes, and then it went away. It was like the steam bred the storm. It was like really a wild
Absolutely.
thing. Yeah. We rarely have that happen in Massachusetts, that it gets that humid that they just spontaneously appear, without coming from some direction. You know what I mean?
Yeah, in the summer we get pop-up thunderstorms here.
It's cool, but it's the type of thing I think that can get boaters in trouble, because you can be clear and all good out there, and then all of a sudden you're screwed. And haven't seen this guy for a while, because he wasn't here on the last pub, I believe, or.
I don't think so.
So it's good to have you back.
Dave.
Good to have you back, man.
Good evening, lads.
How are you?
All right, man. Not bad.
Good.
What we discussing this week?
I've got a few things on the plate regarding the United States. Couple different subjects. First one, I don't know. It's kind of a specific subject, but it's regarding the immigration going on here in the United States, and they're particularly allowing one group of people
Indians?
no white South Africans, like Afrikaners, I think they're called.
Yeah.
And some people are pissed off about it. And I heard Rubio answered a question the other day in a press conference as to why specifically they're being let in, and they're given such an easy path to immigrate or emigrate. And his answer was logical, but still offended a lot of people. Basically, they have the ability to assimilate quickly to our country. They speak the language. They, generally speaking, are self-sufficient financially. And they're pretty much lined up for success here in the United States. So logically, you might say that makes sense, right? But
Yeah. So I remember when this first came out about a year ago, maybe a bit under a year, where they were all screaming, all the leftists, and screaming about they allowed these white South Africans in. And I believe the number was 76 then at that point. 76.
Mm.
So I don't know. I'm quite good with numbers. I'm sure it was 76.
It was
Just
a
seeing the
low.
numbers ticking. Yeah,
They're letting
and
more.
like you said, they're very industrious. They were all working on the land previously. They're very good at it. They can manage it. They know what they're doing. And like you said, they hold a lot of keys to assimilate into the community very well. They would be generally Christian, which is definitely an advantage.
Yeah, I don't really see a problem with it. I think adding people to a country that would be a positive net gain for the country seems logical to me. And then people are pointing out the juxtaposition of how we're not letting people in from any really predominantly Muslim countries.
Well, that would make sense. Muslims go to Muslim countries.
Yeah,
I mean, call me stupid. I don't know. Just seems quite logical to me. Different belief systems, different cultures. Oh, let's go to a similar culture where I can assimilate. Let's go to Britain. It's so similar, not
right.
or America.
Lee, how the hell are you?
Yeah, not too bad. I've not been on for a good few weeks. Unfortunately, my wife's been diagnosed with breast cancer. So,
Oh, Jesus.
but it's not too bad.
Sorry.
It's stage 2, and they're really confident they can sort it out. So I think it's in about a week and a half's time, she'll go through about 18 weeks of chemo, then the operation, then radiotherapy. It will take us through to the end of the year, but we're really positive, and the doctors seem to be really positive as well. So, yeah, we'll get through it.
Damn right you will. Damn right you will, buddy.
Just some reasonable, quite good news. This is not medical advice, by the way.
Yeah.
But I just checked Trigger's weight, and he's lost no weight in 6 months.
Brilliant.
And the vet's happy. The last time I went and I seen the vet properly, it was in April, and the growth hadn't got any bigger in 4 months.
Thanks to your wife. Thank you very much.
So, just a little bit of good news on the same sort of subject, and hopefully that carries out. But I've been feeding my dog, I've been feeding him a medicine that is maybe not directly designed for what I'm treating him for. It's part of the Ivor family, by the way, Lee.
Okay.
Right.
Yes, fenbendazole. That's one word. That's what I'm using on Trigger. That's not medical advice.
Yeah, I did see a video of you and Trig in the park in Cardiff. He looked really well. I think it was about 3 or 4 weeks ago. But yeah,
I'm petrified. I think a lot of you know that. I'm on the edge. I mean, I just checked his weight. I went to the vet 3 days ago, and I said, "What was the last weight on him?" I just want to weigh him again because I'm getting paranoid. I can feel his cage a little bit, his rib cage, and he was 10.7 before. Now he's 10.5, so he's lost 2 pounds, which is like a shit.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Good. Good.
So I'm going straight in with: have you Americans been seeing the story of Henry Novak,
I know the name.
of the young guy that got stabbed? The police kind of took the Sikh side because he said it was a racist attack, and they cuffed him. And then they even said to him, I don't know if you've seen the video, I bet Base has got it. I don't think you have been stabbed, son. And basically died right there and then. Terrible. It's massive here, absolutely massive. People are going.
It's pretty big in America as well. I've seen loads of banners and stuff with Novak's face.
Sure.
In American protests. So
have you got the video based? Have you got the video?
Oh, the videos everywhere. If you just put body cam Novak.
Have you guys seen it? Have you seen the video?
I have.
Yeah.
I have seen it.
It's depressing as all hell because the kid's dying.
Yeah,
Handcuffed.
Just to give you more of a heads up, chaps, we've got to realise that is a muted body worn video, BWV. It's muted.
Mhm.
Right? Now it's supposed to be muted to protect the victim or whatever, right? I call that bullshit. And also the BWV cuts. It does the video's not stopped. It cuts. Why does it just cut? I smell a rat all around there because the police could have been talking massive shit.
Well, I don't
And
know how
we just
true
don't
this is,
know.
mate. I don't know how true this is, but apparently, with the video that's been released generally, isn't the whole video. And there is somebody, I think they were in Southampton, the protests, that said they were on the jury when they watched the whole video. The one thing they couldn't understand is that he had a cut from his ear down to his lip, and they can't understand how the police didn't spot it. He said, and that is in the full video. So, so I don't know how true that is, but it's interesting if that's the case.
So the publicly released police video is muted and is cut, and the BBC muted it even more because they felt it was too sensitive to go out. So the BBC and the likes have actually muted more of the video than the police have actually publicly released. It just shows what we're up against, really.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a similar case going on here in the United States where a teenager stabbed another teenager to death.
Anthony Black.
Carmelo
Anthony.
Anthony.
Carmelo, it's almost this identical name to a professional basketball player, which is confusing the hell out of me every time I read it.
Well, his defence fell apart today, didn't it, in court? Have you heard about it?
No.
Yeah, his defence. Yeah, I've been watching the Quartering, the YouTube channel, and he's been doing updates on it. And basically, their defence was self-defence, but there was 6 out of the 6 witnesses today. 4 of them were from his own team, including his own manager, that basically testified as very damning evidence against him. Basically saying that it really wasn't self-defense.
What happened? What was the? Because I don't know anything about this. So
basically, two teenagers. I think it was for American football. There was a big game. The Anthony, the black kid, went in the other person's tent area, which, as you know, if you know cricket, football, or anything else, is a no-no.
Yeah.
You don't go in those areas because they're opposition's areas. In the stands, like in the bleachers, like it was, but it was like an official opposition. He wandered in there. He was asked to leave by a number of people that testified today. He wasn't asked to leave, left by one kid. He was asked to leave, left by a number of people. He ignored them all, and then he basically, when the kid asked him to leave, he said, "If you touch me, go on, touch me," he said. And basically, he was egging him on. He was actually wanting a confrontation. And as he touched him, he said, "Touch me again." He said, "Go on, touch me again." And as he went to, he grabbed his bag and pulled out a blade and duffed him one. And he died basically instantly, this kid did.
Metcalf pushed Anthony on the bleachers that they were on. In response, he allegedly said, "Punch me, see what happened," to which Metcalf pushed him. In response, Anthony pulled out a black knife from a backpack and stabbed Metcalf in the chest and ran away.
Yeah.
After getting shoved once and pushed a second time. So his tough guy defense to getting pushed was to stab him essentially in the heart.
So his self-defense is just crumbles today, because it said it was his own teammates have testified, basically very damning, and his own manager, the manager to the side he was supporting. Anyway, Dave said the same thing.
Now, there's a common theme in self-defense here in the United States of
proportionate.
Equal, proportionate reaction. Now, if it's a fine line, but the kid definitely didn't deserve to be stabbed yet. To tell you the truth, this was
No, too right.
outrageous reaction. He could have knocked out Austin Metcalf. I wouldn't have had a problem with that. If Austin Metcalf fell on his head and cracked the back of his skull open and died from that, fine. A push and a punch, those are equal, but a push and a stab to the heart is too far of a vault for me to consider it to be self-defense.
You have mutual combat in America. In the UK, it's not quite the same. If, for example, you killed someone because they fell badly and hit the concrete awkwardly, you're guaranteed to be convicted for a manslaughter charge. Guaranteed. And you would be serving maybe 10 years. Most probably you'd serve about 5 or 3 or 4.
Yeah, not here. If it's a fight and both people are throwing punches and one of the persons falls and cracks their skull and dies, neither is going to get prosecuted. But it's logic. You apply logic. Oh, sorry, there he is. What's up, bud?
Hi, RW.
Good evening.
I'm gonna edit your mic settings a little bit if you don't mind.
That's fine. I'll be putting it so it'll change again.
You're kind of low.
I'll just turn you up all the way. How's things, man?
Well, we're progressing. So there's only 2 places. I'm trying to get rushed passports to Australia for family reasons, and there's only 2 places in North Carolina that can take photos good enough that the Australian embassy will accept them for passport. So we had to drive 2.5 hours into Raleigh area to get those, and they're only 90% chance of success. So we did our part, we did all that. Now we just got to notarize the stuff and get it in the mail. So it's just been kind of hectic and stressful.
How were the quality of the photos?
I mean, this guy took like 30 pictures of the first kid and like 12 pictures of the second kid. So he took his time and they looked great. I mean, the ones we got for the U.S. Embassy or the United States, we went to the post office in our local town and they looked like the original digital camera quality. And they're like, these are good.
Huh.
So 2 countries have different standards.
Right.
In the UK, just turn up with a dinghy, mate. We'll give you straight into a 4-star hotel.
I'm looking for a good deal on the dinghy. Just give me some time.
3 meals a day, a little debit card that you get regular cash going into, all the NGOs you could ever think of.
Mobile?
Mobile NHS, mobile dentist, and basically free trips wherever you want to go. If you're from Cardiff, for example, they were giving free trips to go to Anfield, Liverpool's ground. Now, Liverpool's ground, to get to Liverpool is 5 hours in a fucking coach. Now, it just so happens that Cardiff has one of the best stadiums in the country. It's called the Millennium Stadium, right? And they could have just caught a local bus to the best stadium in the world. But no. Let's go halfway across the fucking country. But yeah, sorry.
Just audio.
What's that?
It's just this audio isn't any better, is it? It might be my connection.
Flip it low.
Are you on what microphone are you using?
I'm using Wi-Fi from the cabin, so it might be just far from
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
We can hear you.
Fucking hey, I'm glad you can. Because I want to speak it loud and fucking clear.
The thing with RW, if he's saying it's the Wi-Fi, his video is gold.
Yeah, I don't think it's Wi-Fi.
It's got to be an audio issue, but
Yeah, it
sorry.
sounds like an audio. If you press the 3 dots, you might be able to raise it your end, or you can do it your end, can't you?
I did it all the way. He's peaked.
Okay.
Last Dance, you notice how the chat now on StreamYard has like a gap on the bottom?
Back in a sec.
I had the screen maxed, so I didn't see the chat.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, look at that. That's annoying.
Right. Sorry,
What's
everyone.
that little arrow doing? I'll click on it.
Pop out chat.
Oh, no, it says open in new window. So you're right, you could pop out the chat.
Right.
So that is new, or maybe it's not that. It's relatively recent. And there's a QR code for some reason.
Sorry to interrupt you, African. What did you want to speak so loudly and clearly about?
I see.
I did not. I'm sorry to interrupt.
All
I
right.
just wanted to say, thank God I'm here with you guys,
All right. All right.
reasonable people, and what we're talking about today and tomorrow, and what we're going to do about the future together, right?
What are you having tonight? A pink raspberry coulis, champagne coulis?
What's that?
I don't know. You like wine and spritzers and stuff?
No, I like wine. Yeah, we don't spritz.
Spritzers, coulis.
Oh, listen,
RW.
thanks, Steve. You really take me down a notch. She's like an octave down. Like, hey, fuck you, plastic.
No. I swear one week you had something that was like a lighter colored. Rosé?
Yeah, it doesn't look.
Oh, God. RW.
Yeah. I'm gonna
Yeah,
get
man.
But also, here we
You
go.
left a message in the chat there. You said, Welshman, how did you get on in the Discord server after I left last week? I was a little bit worried because the owners are Muslim and the mods are mostly flat earthers. Well, I went on full retard mode. I was going Abduls and Mohammeds and all Islamists. I was hiding it all out.
You didn't get kicked, so you didn't do that bad.
I kept on doing like abbreviations by just saying things like Abduls. And I could see there was something
Probably,
right there.
probably just didn't understand.
It's possible.
What's that?
But that's funny because the guy that owns the server, that is his first name.
Oh,
I think-
the server name is his first name?
That server, his name, what he's saying, Abdul, is his first name.
Ah, I see. Cool.
Oh well.
He's
Doesn't
a good guy, though. It didn't go south.
Yeah, it didn't really go south, but I definitely sensed there was something there. But I thought it was
Right.
Discord, so anything goes.
Thanks for thinking that.
He's working on the microphone situation, I think. Or lack thereof. What's the snack tonight, bud? Oh, wow. Are they like some organic type?
Organic.
I don't know.
They're not Jelly Belly.
No, it's Trader Joe's.
Jelly beans, huh? Jelly beans and scotch. Nice
Not
combo. Put a jelly bean in the scotch and let it just.
I'm afraid it'll ruin it.
It might. I got some of that stuff that Aphidlip likes. What's it called? That Woodford Reserve.
Oh,
Got a bottle for my 50th.
okay.
And it's double oaked, so it's very oaky.
Yeah.
So I had one glass on my 50th at the party, and I haven't touched it since, and it is very nice.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Thank you. Half Century Club achieved. That was 1 week ago tomorrow. I turned 50. So
Yeah. So you're on the wrong side of 50, but you don't seem like someone who gives a fuck. So
I don't really. It's only a number, right?
it is.
Oh, what's that? Gummies. All right. Jesus, does that say 500 milligrams?
Yep.
What of?
Oh my God, bro.
I know, and they are fantastic as well. Come in many different flavors.
Wait a second, that can't be right. Well, maybe it is. I don't know.
It is.
Half a
Yeah,
gram.
they're cool. They're really cool. And you get like, it takes about 30 to 40 minutes to sort of work once you've digested it. And then you just get this beautiful feeling come over the back of your head of you've complete euphoria. and then you start giggling stupidly. So, yeah. They're
Yeah,
really
dude,
good.
the average gummy here is 5 milligrams, and 500 is insanely high.
Yeah, but you got to remember, those ones that you have, that's because you're American. You can't handle it.
I'm calling that can't be 500 milligrams of THC in one gummy. That would be the
No,
high.
oh, no, sorry. Yeah, you're mistaken. No, there's lots of gummies in there.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's per package.
The
Yeah, it's
bag.
about 5 or 6. Yeah.
It's still 60 milligrams per each. It's- Damn, yo. All right. Yeah, I couldn't handle that. I'd be the first to tell you. And I can handle my shit.
You don't-
I wouldn't dance with that devil, brother.
Yeah, but what you do, Steve, is you don't eat a whole one. You just like eat a quarter of a one, see how you feel, then have another quarter.
Well, I was given one not long ago, and I went to chop it in half.
Yeah.
Because I smoked. I was at a festival anyway, so I'm stoned anyway. And I thought,
Yeah.
I'll have half. I couldn't even chop the fucking thing in half. It was more of a fucking hard boiled than it was a fucking.
Right, yeah.
So I had it, and then I thought they were really nice, to be honest with you. So I had another 2. I don't know how strong they were, but they said they've had it from like ages in the van. That's why it was so hard. I said, "Well, pass it here, then I'll have another one."
Yeah, wild. And I know the math English, but I appreciate that. Yeah, crazy. Did they end up being strong, Welshman?
I forgot about them.
So they didn't knock you out.
Yeah, it didn't put me sideways. What puts me sideways, and I'm sure you'll agree, is I'll give you the prime example in the UK. So you go out pubbing, then you go clubbing, and then you like, for example, you go home and you have a puff. If you're not careful, you can have a whitey immediately, or you'll be asleep in 10 minutes.
Yeah,
because I've drunken so much. But if, for example, I can go to like a different pub where things are much more chilled, I can go in the beer garden. I can drink and smoke and 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 smoke and drink, and I'll be fucking fine, absolutely fine. But if I do that lager or alcohol, and then a joint, fucking watch out. It can be so.
interesting.
And I'm exactly the same, based. If I get like half pissed and then, well, fully pissed, should I say, and then have a smoke, and I just don't do it anymore because I've had some of the worst whiteys by doing that. So.
You just got to be careful because, like I said, if you're with people as well, you get carried away. If you're on your own, you just do your own thing. But like when you're with people, you just sort of get carried away for that first half hour, and all of a sudden it's like, whoa.
Yeah.
Those sweets, Steve, as well. It is actually a different sensation in a high. You get it's It's not like when you smoke a joint. It's more you feel really bloody chilled, and like this fuzzy feeling in your head.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's a different experience.
Well, of course, what you got to remember, see, between a gummy and other ways of taking substances, with a joint, you've got to like get the paper down. You've got to put the backy on top. You've got to put the medium in. You then got to roll it, lick it, and roach it, and then you've got to like effort to actually with these gummy bears or anything else. You can just, with no effort at all, take a huge hit, and where, like you said, if you were jointing up, it would just take too much effort, if you know what I mean, for you to get that sideways, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, I do.
And you could take the gummies on a flight with no issue. Pop one in, and you're gonna be on your own plane.
Yeah, true.
I wouldn't recommend it though.
No,
Personally,
you might freak out as well.
that's a problem.
Oh yeah.
Your height, your
Anxiety
Set-
levels sky high.
and your senses get kind of heightened. And if that plane gets a little turbulence, it might seem like a little more than it is. I think if you're on edibles per se, but one thing's for sure.
I come back from Amsterdam once, and I put all my medium in like a tuna and fucking coleslaw baguette.
Jesus.
Yeah, I ate my baguette.
Huh.
Yeah, many a year ago, but yeah, it
I've
was
got
more
a
of a challenge than a fucking real clever thing to do. No.
I've got a little story for you regarding those packets of sweets. So about 4 or 5 weeks ago, my brother-in-law was asking me if I could get some because he doesn't smoke. He smoked years ago, but he wanted to get a bit high, but just take some sweets. So anyway, after asking around a few friends, so get a few packets, and it wasn't last week, it was the weekend before. We went over to his house for a barbecue. Yeah, it was bank holiday Sunday, it was really hot. But we also took my wife's mum and dad as well. So, and we're there, and my brother-in-law's like, "Oh, those sweets you got me, I'm going to take one, but I didn't want to take one on my own. So, would you have one as well?" I was like, "Yeah."
Well, yeah.
So I think you wimped. But anyway, Grandma got sight of it and wanted to know what we were doing. Right? So, like, my brother-in-law's like 54, I'm 56, yeah, and she's like 82. So she said, "Go on, let me try one." And I was like, "No, I'm not sure that's a good idea, Dorothy." And she's like, "Oh, go on." So anyway, her son said, "Well, I'll tell you what, Mum, I'll give you a quarter." So she said, "Go on then." So anyway, she goes back to the table, sits down, and she doesn't chew it, and so she sucks it. And I think that's why it had a bit more of a quick reaction, because it digested easier, obviously. So anyway,
Sure.
we're all talking around the table, and Grandma is really quiet. I mean, like,
Did you seriously slip your
no, she
mother or
wanted
mother-in-law?
it. She wanted it last time. So no, I didn't drop
She
it.
didn't know what it was.
Yeah, we told her what it was.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
because she knew
Okay.
that my brother-in-law and I were being a bit like in the corner of the kitchen,
Okay,
whispering and sort of laughing. So anyway, my wife goes over to her mum and lifts her glasses up, but she had sunglasses on, and she's just like that 200-meter stare. And after about 2 minutes, she came out of that, because I was getting worried. God, I hope she doesn't have a white or something, because Brian's going to be going, "What the hell's wrong with your mum?" So anyway, so after about 2 minutes, she came out of that, and then she was having a really good time and giggling. But since then, she keeps hassling me for them, going, "They would really help me sleep, and I didn't feel any pain when I was at the barbecue."
Yeah.
And so, like, every other day, she go, "Have you got those sweets yet? Have you got them?" Like, to my wife, I'm going, "I really don't want to get them for your mum. I just don't want any responsibility."
You turned your mother-in-law into a THC junkie.
Stoner.
Yeah.
I don't
82
think
years
that-
old.
I think if you're keeping the dosage low, she'll be fine.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
And she's not smoking it, so there's really no ill side effects from it, aside from overdoing it. But if she's doing little tiny pieces, no big deal, man.
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
you're right.
That's great. Go spread it around.
Spread
Should-
the love.
Should be legal over there. I have you guys had a vote to legalize it recreationally?
No.
No.
It really should be.
Germany last April, they passed a law where you could use it recreation. I can't say the word, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you could also own, I think it was 1 or 2 plants for your own personal use, but not to be sold to tourists or shops being set up. This was all, it's a personal thing. So, but
Sure.
how brilliant's that? It's great.
It's great. Can only hope for the same for yourself someday, and it's a win-win for the government. They sell private licenses to companies that grow it. The companies that grow it sell it, and the government tax on a 20% tax on top of it, and send all the tax money to your school systems and your health care. And your government's going to be making like probably $3 to $5 billion in the first year. And then
So
it's
it-
going to go up way higher than that,
So
Yeah,
in the UK, they got a thing that you can basically you go and see a doctor, you say you got a bad back and cannabis helps, and then they give you a card,
Yeah.
and it's called a Cura card, I think it's called. But basically, you can then buy cannabis legally, but you
They have
must.
They have medical dispensaries.
Yeah. Well, it's not. It's more online, but basically, they can drive on it as well, and they've got to keep the cannabis in like the packaging, the special packaging. And that's basically it.
Well, yeah, you get a card
But
then.
of course,
Seems like a no-brainer.
but by doing it like that, the government make good money, like you were saying, by saying, "Oh, you've got a 4 foot by 4 foot space to do it. You can do 4 plants, or like 2 plants, or 1 light, or whatever the combo they're going to decide."
Yeah, what I found out here with the legalization is that at first the prices seem high and the tax seems high because of the natural competition between the businesses that are selling it. They're each just retroactively going to be lowering their prices to compete with each other. The first one who gets under $200 for an ounce is going to have all the customers. Then the competitors are all going to say, well, shit, he's selling out and we're selling nothing. So the prices will naturally be driven down. But the market kind of corrects itself. It's expensive at first, but it by now, like...
I'm
Can you
surprised.
buy it in your state, Steve? Can you
Yeah.
go? Yeah, you
Yeah.
can legally. Then you can just go and buy some when you need them.
Yep.
Wow.
up to 2 ounces per day.
Yeah, you can do that. You can technically do that now in the UK. That's all you have to do is make an appointment with a doctor. That's basically it.
Right.
And from his like recommendation, you can then.
Is that only in like inhaler form though?
Nope,
Nope.
they sell everything.
That,
Yeah,
that's-
no, in the
that's
UK. In the UK, I think,
No.
I think it's
No,
is it,
no,
is it not?
that's literally in the bud form. You
Right.
get like you get like a film case sort of seal sort of container,
Right, I didn't know.
or a little sealed envelope, and it'll be like printed. It'll say how much you got, where you got it from, who's supposed to hold it. It'll have your name on the bag, like.
Yeah.
But if, for example, if you got stopped by the police, that's it. They can't do nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably worth getting a card if it's not going to get legal over there, I would think, but what do I know? If it's super easy to get it on the illicit market, then maybe just stick with that. This is the thing. The governments are losing money. If they think by making it illegal people aren't going to smoke, they're fucking idiots, because everyone still gets it and they're losing their cut. It's a simple fact.
But I think they're making good money doing what they're doing in the UK. They're
They
making
probably
great money.
are.
Aren't
Yeah, I think hasn't the law been passed that anybody born after 2008 can't buy cigarettes? That's
they?
it.
Correct.
Yeah.
I don't know what the date is, but it is correct what you just
Yeah.
said.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard date of born after. You can't buy smokes anymore. I guess they think it's going to save money in the long run for healthcare.
Well, when will that stop? Red meat, chicken, beef. When will that stop? Diesel. When like you said, they could turn around and say, "Oh, you can only get £30 for the diesel this week."
Yeah,
I mean, when will that stop? There's loads of things that ain't good for you, isn't there?
Yeah, well, take alcohol for a start. They're not going to ban that, are they?
Yeah, they can ban that with your digital ID and your digital payments. Oh, wait there, you had brandy earlier on in the week. You can't have any more.
I mean, a pack of Marlboros goes for about $14.50 for a pack of 20 here in Massachusetts. That's a very expensive smoke. And they're taxed like crazy, insane taxes. And beer, wine, and everything else, when you go to the packy or the packet store, the liquor store, Zero tax in this state. And this state is called Taxachusetts because they are known to tax anything. They won't touch alcohol with taxes. It's kind of strange. But they sure do love to tax smokers.
Yeah, I have to look it up because I don't want to say anything to get the wrong information. I'm sure it's 70% tax on cigarettes that the government take. I might be wrong. I'm going to look this up to see, but that's immense. 70%.
But on fuel, I think I think it's about 65% tax on fuel.
I'm going to answer Eastwind's. He's asking if we have a certain type of tick down here. Yes, we do. They've been found in Massachusetts. It's disturbing.
So that's a big conspiracy theory that I need to know more about. But what I know about this tick business is it's making adults or humans allergic to meat, and you come out in huge rashes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a mass. I've seen what it does to people, and they're a mess. So I've seen videos of the World Health Organization talking about ticks, talking about that they could engineer a tick from nature that would help to reduce meat consumption. And then, I don't know how true this is, Bill Gates did a big thing on ticks, done a lot of research on ticks, and a couple of years later, we got ticks that are making people allergic to meat. So I don't know,
Yeah,
how much of that is true.
this is an interesting thing. I am weighing on the side of this being a rush by one particular group to a conclusion that has absolutely no proof. So it's just one of these things. Boxes of ticks being found, shit like that you're seeing coming up online. None of it's proven. It's all basically just feeding the flames of this conspiracy. And I'm not saying it's not possible that it is happening or something happened like that, but I just don't know. I haven't seen any proof of anything. Coming up with theories is one thing, but proof is what,
Yeah, for sure. But what concerns me is Bill Gates is involved in it, and the speech I heard from one of the representatives from the World Health Organization, especially what he said about re-engineering these ticks. He's basically said it in a speech. You know how blatant they are sometimes.
Yeah, I mean,
A couple of years down the road, there's a fucking tick problem going on.
well, yeah. I don't know anything about this Lone Star tick and the issue that it causes. What's the meat allergy?
You can't eat it. Full stop. Any
Alpha-GAL syndrome, alpha-gal, life-threatening allergy to red meat or other animal-derived products.
dairy though as well, isn't it?
Could be. Prompting the immune system to produce antibodies. Subsequent exposure to red meat, pork, beef, lamb, or venison, or dairy, gelatin, or certain medications can trigger reactions. Jesus.
You haven't heard about this, have you? This is scary.
Mm-hmm.
Got to see the photos of them as well. Like they come out with massive red rashes. Like I seen a guy who was affected with it. He's like just in bits, like skin's looking like it's falling off him.
Yeah, it's not pretty. These little bloodsuckers are horrible. The Lone Star ticks are increasingly present in parts of Massachusetts. Cape Cod, Martha's Vineyard. Damn. Yikes.
I'm safe.
Well, you don't eat meat, but you trust me, you still don't want this thing, dude.
Well, I've been bitten.
Well,
I have too.
If any arrive in Martha's, is it vineyard or vineyard or whatever?
Vineyard,
Don't worry,
yeah.
Yeah, they'll deport him within 48 hours on a bus and wave him off.
Yeah, there's a lot of ticks down there. They do these tests where they drag sheets through certain area, like grassy areas, and you drag it for a certain distance. Then you count the amount of ticks that stick to it. The amount they get in Martha's Vineyard is like insane. There's so many.
So I'm reading, and apparently this applies to non-primate meat.
Mhm.
So you can go and chow down on
Humans.
chimpanzees or humans, and you'll be fine.
Always heard that love bugs down in Florida were designed to wipe out all the mosquitoes. And then the love bugs took over. That's funny. I didn't know that. I didn't know that about love bugs. Crazy.
Oh, look there. I knew English. I thought I have to got some gems here.
I'm going to shoot outside real quick, and we can come up with a new subject if you guys want. Last dance or whatever.
No, I don't run this show. I don't run this rodeo. Well, that does sound nasty.
Yeah,
Because apparently it can be life-threatening.
yeah. And just one bite, by the way, just one bite, and you're done. You're cooked.
Yep.
You're gonna end up like one of those pale people, fucking having soy lattes and stuff.
That's me.
That'd be terrible.
Nah. Well, it'd be terrible if you didn't choose it. I agree.
Yeah. You'd be thin,
But I
pale,
think
unwell.
I haven't heard that it affects dairy though.
But it looks like from that description it does. It's in.
Yeah.
They
Well-
even mentioned gelatin. You know, which
Yeah, isn't that in the cow's spine? Gelatin.
Let's see. Alpha-gal, this triggers an immune response known as alpha-gal syndrome whenever they consume mammalian meat. So, as far as I know, not dairy.
All right, where we at?
I'll just ask Gemini.
What is this now?
Does the question is, do you get this reaction when you consume cow's milk?
It says dairy on what I read. Anything from a hooved animal.
So if you then eat the meat, are you guaranteed to get it, or some people?
No, I
is
don't think so.
Right. So there's okay.
Yeah. What?
the prob-
White?
One
ahead.
of the problems is apparently it doesn't happen immediately. It's a delayed reaction, so you can be confused about what's happening.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah, you wouldn't necessarily associate it with
Yeah.
what you've just eaten an hour ago, would you? I guess, yeah.
yeah, it happened
Yep.
2 weeks previous.
Dairy counts.
Wife bringing up here the screw worm, which I believe is caused by the botfly, and they found a screw worm in cattle in Texas, beef cattle, and not good. Apparently, it's really bad to have this shit near any dairy herds. So
Oh,
they're
so it spreads from cow to cow, or just cow to
it's
fly back to cow?
I think the flies have it, and their larvae naturally are all screw worms. So any eggs they lay on the cows, especially in any open wound, then these things just reproduce and produce more flies, and then it's a bad cycle.
Just cook your meat.
I think it's very detrimental to the herd.
Oh, okay.
Could be very expensive for the farmer. And this is the type of thing that I know that they make guys kill cattle for, and it's just not good all around. And yeah, we've been to Florida when the love bugs are really kicking off, and it's not pleasant, but they don't bite, so it's not the end of the world. It's just gross.
I never even heard of the thing.
You never heard of love bugs?
Not only the car.
Huh. Yeah, it's crazy.
The biggest thing we get flying around, they're called mayflies.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
We have them here.
They look they're quite amusing. They're like as the women scream in the beer garden, like, you know, as a bloke, then you look at it like, and they're quite impressive. They're all like armored and stuff. You don't want to step on one; it'll make hell of a crunch.
It almost
You
sounds
know,
like you're describing what we would call a cicada.
Yeah.
Similar. Yeah.
They make a noise as well, don't they? Not as loud though, I don't think.
The mayflies we have here are the nymph, or the larvae for the mayfly is a nasty looking thing. It lives in like rivers and puddles and shit.
Put in Mayfly UK and put pictures up and see if it's what you're thinking.
Actually, yeah, the mayfly. You're right. It might not be.
Isn't
I think
that
it's
a,
different.
It might not, because they spend 2 years under the water, don't they? And then they only come out for a day and die.
Isn't there a lot of trout fishing flies that are designed to
Yeah.
look like mayfly larvae?
It's very diverse. The thing with the long pointy tail, common mayfly.
Yeah.
You tell me.
They're the biggest thing we see flying around bugs wise. I mean, we see them for like literally a day in May or 2 days in May or something.
You don't have cicadas?
Is it this thing?
No,
No, we don't.
it's
Do you
not
It's not this. This is what we call a mayfly.
that. No.
And I'll show you
Looks like-
something else.
Put in Mayfly UK to see.
I
if it's
did. I
like
did.
Looks like he has a picture of Yosemite Sam on his wings.
Huh.
It's like a little bat. It's got like a shell on it, and it opens the shell up to let his wings come out. Quite a impressive.
I'm not finding it.
Oh,
UK.
what are they called, Lee? What are they called?
Just trying to look
Ooh.
now.
What do we got?
I think it's called green shield bug.
Oh, that's not what I thought.
That's got a shell on it, and it opens its shell to fly.
Yeah, maybe it is that.
Green shield
Does it-
bugs.
Does it come out in May?
Yeah, yeah, I think it does.
Let me see if we can share that.
Green shield bugs.
That thing?
They fly like honeybees. They fly down. They're pissed, really.
All right, let's see. Can see if I screen share it, right, Welshman?
Yeah.
Well, not yet. I haven't seen it yet.
I'm getting there.
Okay.
It's green as a motherfucker. Is that it?
No,
Oh, right.
I've seen them though. I've seen them.
Yeah, those are.
Kind of looks like a potato bug, but green.
See if I can find it.
Have you ever heard of the Dobson fly?
Nope.
Wingspan of 5.5 inches.
What's that?
The Dobson fly.
Wow.
Yeah. Have you ever heard of what their larvae is called? The Helgramite. It lives in rivers in the northeast.
I've heard of the Helgramite, yeah.
These things are a treat to find, and they catch absolutely awesome amounts of fish.
Look
Trout.
at the size of those mandibles. Oh,
Yeah,
man. That
exactly.
looks terrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
Share screen.
Yeah, I think that's it there. It's called a Maybug.
That's it.
It's called a Maybug.
May bug. Okay.
Ah,
Oh,
What's-
man. I think that's where the bug that they had on a Star Trek episode that was
Yeah,
inspired from.
it's a Maybug, it's called.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably named 250 years ago by Puritan settlers in the Northeast who called it a Hellgrammite because it looked like it was from hell.
Yeah.
Okay, now you're talking. It's a big-ass beetle. Flying beetle.
They're harmless, like they don't do fuck all apart from they fly around pissed and bump into things.
All right, let's see if we found it. Third time's a charm. Give me Maybug. Here we go. Is that it?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
All right. It's got cute little things on its head. I don't know what those.
We have something called a June bug that looks a lot like that.
I think
Not as cute though. All that fur and those
I think
eyelashes.
I think that's a different animal than that one. So
That one's dialed up.
yeah, it's a different animal. That is. The first one was right.
They might have enhanced that second one a little. The Wrath of Khan. He remembers the bug. Good movie. One of the few that I really liked. Is that the one where Spock died?
I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
Was it the Wrath of Khan? I think it might have been.
When he dies in the room where he like suffocates.
Yeah.
That was sad. Good shit though. I have another subject to cover, but I was hoping another American might join us. What is that? That's the Dobson fly. Yeah.
The Dobson fly. Those are the jaws.
Yeah.
Steve, you were right. That other photo you just showed is the same animal, but I've never seen it like that. I'm just looking into it now.
Yeah, that's taken with like a $25,000 micro close-up camera lens that got all that detail on that picture I showed. But
Yeah.
it is the Maybug.
Yeah.
But I have this other subject I wanted to broach with Aphid if he was going to join us, but I don't want to pester him.
I'll pester him. Get on!
Yeah, please do. Please do. It involves the politics of our country and what I might be seeing as Gandalf once said in The Lord of the Rings, I come to you at the turning of the tides. And I think that's where we stand right now. So, I don't know. Well, if he doesn't join us, he doesn't join us. Do you feel like that's happening, Last Dance?
It's hard. It's really hard to say because I predicted that many times and been wrong every time. So
I just feel like there's a group of Republicans who seem to be separating away from the president.
Well, the kind of blatant, overwhelming corruption is just too much to swallow for most anybody. But the real problem is that Trump is entering, he's close to the lame duck phase of his presidency, which will occur if the other party takes over, if the Democrats take over Congress.
That very point you've made, Steve, was actually on British News tonight. How Republicans are over the war, I think, mostly beginning to sort of stand away.
The thing is, the Republicans have been really bad, especially, I would say in the last year, especially the decisions they made. But because the Democrats are so inept and untrustworthy, they should be miles in the lead, really. Really confident. But they've got no leaders. They've got no one leading the party. So, like I said, they should be miles in front in a way, the Dems. But, it's lucky for the Republicans, the Dems are so incapable at the moment.
If he got out of the if he got out of this war, say in the next 6 to 8 weeks, I don't think he's going to. Do you think that would then help with the midterms.
Well, it depends on the terms. He's going to end up getting out of the war with a worse deal than he had before he started. So
Well, let me put some water on that fire, because I was going to bring this subject up tonight, but now we're talking about it indirectly.
Okay.
I remember speaking about, and I think I was speaking to everyone on the panel, and I think you agreed with me at the time that Trump is paying for chess, and he's pushing everyone to buy American oil and gas. So he's supplying a lot of that at the moment. So, of course, they're using the dollar to buy that, which is pumping up the dollar. And maybe this was his sort of plan anyway to control a lot of the oil and gas and actually put more weight in the dollar, which is really important to do so at the moment.
Possibly, but I haven't seen any real evidence of it. I've heard scuttlebutt, under murmurings of yeah, well, we're going to switch to purchase American oil. Fine and dandy, but this, weeks and weeks ago, they were saying, well, these refineries are going to take time to start back up. Well, they should be in production by now. So, and then I'm also hearing overwhelming amount of people saying that our strategic oil reserves are getting heavily depleted, which is very concerning.
Now, gas prices in my area have been falling for a couple weeks now.
Mine too. I'm at like 390 to 410.
Yeah, more like 390 here. Yeah.
Well, for us, it's dropped about 75p now, and it was 90, so it's dropped 15p on a litre.
Yeah, I don't know where the dollar is to the pound. Where is it?
Because you buy by the gallon anyway. You buy by the 3.6, is it? Or
3.7. I could do the math fairly quickly. I just don't know the conversion. But yeah, I think we're at about what I would say is 85 cents a liter here, maybe 85 pence a liter, closer to $1 a gallon.
So,
$1 a liter. Oh God, yeah. Let's just stop talking about that.
yeah, but it's half price. Yeah, it really pisses me off that the UK have got a gallon for 4.5. You've got a gallon for 3.6. We buy in litres, you buy in gallons. What the fuck?
What does a liter go for you? Two pounds?
Well, that's it. On the litre at the moment, it's like 178 for diesel and 155 for petrol.
Damn, that's about $2.
Yeah,
that would be the equivalent of about $7 a gallon here. Yeah, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
What's so frustrating though is that the government's going for 0% carbon, blah blah blah. Let's put a load of windmills up, and we've got loads of natural gas and oil in the North Sea, and he won't drill it. Absolute arsehole. And all of our fuel costs could come down in heating costs, but they won't bloody drill it. Well, they'll give licenses to Norway to drill in our part of the North Sea, and then we buy it back off them.
Yeah, Trump's spoken about this exact point. He's literally said it's suicide what the British government are doing. They've got all that oil in the North Sea, and just like Lee says, they're buying it off Norway from the same fields that they're getting it from, that we are entitled to get it from.
Yeah, they're giving them licenses to drill in our area, because then they can turn around and go, oh, yeah, but we're not contributing to pollution.
Yeah,
but then
sorry.
The Norwegians then sell it back to us once they it's crazy.
Well, I don't know how you could say that it's better to burn fossil fuels than it is to produce fossil fuels and burn them. How is that? How is that an improvement?
Well, it's net zero, isn't it? It's the net zero contract where basically we can't. It's better for us to use someone else's gas and oil, even though it's our gas and oil technically, because they produce it then it goes against their net zero. I don't, it's bullshit. It's just
It's
nonsense.
bullshit because the United Kingdom produces something like 0.1% of pollution anyway. So anything that we're really doing is not making a difference to the
It's
climate.
just under one. It's just under 1% of world
Yeah.
CO2. And don't forget, CO2 is life. CO2 is not death.
And this is what really pees me off about all these protesters, because if they're really serious, they need to get on a plane and go to China. I'm sure they'd be arrested or kicked out after 5 minutes, because China mothballed a number of power stations. I think it was 8 in total a couple of years back. Decided, we're not going to stick to the agreement. We need power, and those 8 power stations produce more pollution than the whole of Europe combined.
Are they coal?
Yeah, they are. Yeah.
Wouldn't be surprised if their planes are coal powered.
Well, where's Greta now? Why isn't she over in China protesting? Because they are the countries that are producing the most pollution. The little United Kingdom is producing hardly anything at all, and yet they're taxing us to hell because they go, their excuse was once that as much as it might not be making a huge contribution, it will go to prove that the United Kingdom is leading the way. I'm not really interested in that. I'd rather have lower gas prices, lower fuel prices, than being held up as the country that's doing the most and doesn't really produce anything anyway. It's ridiculous.
What good is it to be known as the country that's doing the most?
Yeah, but the leftists say, "Oh yeah, but it's not just us, but we're like world leaders." They say what we do. Places like Cambodia and the Congo, and some other fucked up place in Africa, because they've been cooking their dinners in using cow shit for the last 50 years. Of course, they're going to stop cooking their food in cow shit for the green effect, or bin bags, or plastic. Yeah, of course they're going to stop that because, for the net zero. It's just so fucking ridiculous. It's unbelievable. And as if someone from the Congo, that literally is like hand to mouth existence, is going to listen to any of that shit. And why should they?
Yeah, I mean, it is silly when your drop in the bucket is such a myopic amount compared to the entire bucket, yet your asshole fucking prime minister is gung-ho about making that drop really fucking count, and it's so fucking silly, dude. We dealt with the same thing, and we're constantly dealing with it over here. Like, Mayor Marty Walsh, the previous mayor of Boston, goes to Copenhagen, and then he comes back, and within a month he's drafted all these plans for hundreds of miles of fucking bike lanes in Boston in the winter. And it's like you could drive the entire day around the city and not see one person in the bike lanes on a bicycle.
It's the same here in Manchester.
They've completely, because I just saw about it now. They've just blown it because Amsterdam's very unique. Right, there's a couple of reasons why it is very unique. There's a huge canal system. Mm-hmm. Maybe that's why bikes work, because they can get in between the canals, in between the fucking tall. I've stayed in a number of hotels, strokes, B&Bs or whatever in Amsterdam, stag parties and stuff. And the staircases are the most steepest staircases I've ever been on. Right. They're literally vertical. You go up the staircases, hands and fucking feet. You don't go up the staircases like fucking feet in the banister rail. You use your hands on the fucking, because that's how tight it is. That's why bikes work in Amsterdam, and it doesn't work everywhere. Because these cities, like I'm sure Boston, is not set up like that. A lot of American cities are set up quite spacious. So in the end, you end up with fucking hundreds of miles of shit that really only the committed use.
Yeah, it's silly. And then the current mayor, Michelle Wu, decided, well, she's going to expand bus lanes, which handle public busing transportation. And those are infrequent at best, every 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So you have a 4-lane road, the 2 lanes closest to each sidewalk on either side are dedicated buses only. That now means that you have 1 lane in each direction of people just stuck there looking at this empty lane. If you go and drive in it, 300, boom, ticket, automatic.
Yeah, same here.
You're fucked.
So, yeah.
And like now she's backing off. Well, maybe the bus lanes don't make as much sense. Well, first of all, the people in the buses don't have any right to get there faster than the people in the cars. Oh no, but that's her point. If she makes it more appealing and makes the car people suffer, then she's going to force you to ride on the bus, and that'll up bus riders and lower our green, our green, whatever. It's fucking
Yeah.
silly, dude.
I've got a great story. I've got to tell you this. This is hilarious. I was driving yesterday to my mechanics. Yesterday, I'm sure it was yesterday, yeah. And when I took a right to come off the road, there's a big pavement, and in the middle of that pavement, there's a fucking bike lane. Right? And you've got to cross the bike lane to take the right. And as I took the right, I double looked just to see if there was anyone on the bike lane, because I know it's like super sketch. And as I'm looking, I whopped my brakes. I seen this, and there was this Tyrone doing about 30 mile an hour on a mountain bike, and he hit the anchors. He did. And, it's like a traffic bollard, but it's like plastic, and it's like it bends, and he hit it the back wheel, and he flew off his bike, and he rolled and everything. The bike went over, and he just touched my car, literally like the last bit of road, just touched my car. And he looked at me. He said, "You fucking." I said, "What are you on about, you silly cunt? You were traveling about 30." And,
yeah, it goes both ways. Bicyclists
he looked at
aren't.
me. He did cycle away, Tyrone did, but the woman was there. There was a woman crossing at the same time. She goes, "God Almighty, he was going fast." I was like, "Yeah, there's an ambulance 50 yards away." I was as well. Oh, by the way, Lee, you know where that was? That was Litchfield. That was Litchfield fucking Flats. Where
was it?
So there was an ambulance outside there today. So there might have been a suicide out there today.
Bloody hell.
But yeah, that's how fucking. It's the same flats.
Wow.
I just want to answer real quick. And somebody, John Boy, asked earlier, "Are you Americans looking forward to the World Cup?" I'm looking forward to the final game. I'll watch England. I'll watch some of the good games. So
I'm up for it.
I would say a muted yes.
Cool.
I'll be watching them as many as I can. I get into it.
I mean, do we know the layout? Like, if there's a Brazil versus UK, fuck yeah, that's two games. I'm going to be like, that's.
No, they just have who made it. I don't think they released the ladder yet.
Yeah, because you have to make it first, and then they subdivide it into all the brackets, right?
That's right. So you're in a group of 3 teams, and the top 2 go through, and then you finish first. You play an opposing team that finish first in a different group, and then so on. Oh no, you play if you come first in your group, you'll play a team that came second in their group, and then obviously it dwindles its way down to a final.
Yep.
Yeah. The first game is normally very, very tense.
Yeah.
So the first games, because no one wants to lose, because if you lose or draw, that puts you in a very, very bad position overall. So you don't want to concede on the first game, basically.
And it can be tactical as well, because if England say we're going to finish first in their group, but it meant that they were then playing Germany because they finished second, they might decide to, let's just play for a draw, lads, and then we can avoid a very strong team going into the next round.
That makes sense.
Yeah. Group D is USA, Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. So I'll definitely be watching Group D.
Yeah, I think you'll get out that group. I think you'll get into the next round.
I think we have a chance. I want Australia to do well too, but I don't know much about Turkey or Paraguay.
Yeah,
Paraguay, are they? Forget it.
The guys who jump out of helicopters with rainbow parachutes.
Paraguay.
Right
Yeah.
back.
Germany is with Morocco, the Ivory Coast, Ecuador. So Germany's most likely going to smash them out unless Ecuador takes them out.
Ecuador is probably good. I bet you Morocco is sleepy good too. I think some good players have come out of Morocco over the years.
I think I can say this, but it is I think the Ivory Coast is the most successful football team by country per percentage of population.
Interesting. You guys, England are going up in Group L, the last group, against Croatia, Ghana, and Panama.
And what I would love to see, though, is if it would be possible for Iran to meet the USA.
Well, so their first group is against New Zealand, Egypt, and Belgium, which I didn't even know New Zealand made it.
Huh.
So they might have a chance, but
Yeah.
Egypt and Belgium is probably going to wreck them.
Yeah.
Did you say England's in the same group as Panama?
Yes.
Yeah.
Panama is like a nothing country, like
Yeah.
Liechtenstein or Luxembourg or Belgium. It's like a nothing country.
Well,
They-
hopefully you don't lose to them, because that'll suck.
Yeah, they got those South Americans or whatever Latin Americans they can ball even if they only have 1 million people. They might still have some good players. Who knows?
Every last player is trying to play soccer to get the hell out of the country.
Exactly.
It should be
Damn
fun.
it.
I mean, I get into it. I'll
Try and get back a bit of a match because I need to find the. Get back a bit.
What is
Canada
it
get in?
what is it that makes Europeans and South Americans so much seemingly better than people from the U.S., North America? Oh, no, the United States specifically, and Canada.
Well, football.
Yeah.
Because it's a really complicated game. It takes years and years of practice. The culture gets involved, brain. So in pockets you might do well, but you shouldn't be seen to do well. There's a lot of countries that have played football for an awful long time that aren't very successful. So.
You
I
think
mean, our women are fabulous. They've done great worldwide, but not the men.
Yeah. Well, the women's game is not like the men's game. It's literally like playing rugby league to rugby union. They're two different games. The same rules.
Sure, you could say that with any pro sport. Women's WNBA, although they're very talented, it's nothing like the NBA. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
they're good.
Only a couple dunk it, don't they? Only a couple of women dunk. The fucking rest of them, it's terrible.
Oh yeah, but women are just naturally shorter anyways in statures, and they're not going to have the explosive jumping that men have. So
Well, isn't it? There's only a couple of them to do the three pointers, isn't it? The rest of them just don't even attempt it, huh?
yeah, it's. I don't find it entertaining.
just real quick, Group B is Canada, Bosnia, Qatar, and Switzerland. I'm curious if Canada has a chance of getting out Group A or Group B.
They are poor. I don't know what you mean, Incarnation. But he means the foreign countries. Some of them are poor. That means they fight a little harder. Yeah, I can see that. It's just weird here in the U.S. Soccer or whatever football is started at a very young age for a lot of kids, and they go all the way through. It isn't like for lack of playing.
Yeah, but it just takes time, I think, mate. I mean, it's the thing is, you need a league as well. You need an impressive league. I mean, in the UK, we've had leagues for over 100, 150 years.
Sure.
We've got over five professional. I mean, even the leagues out the top four. They're like either part time or even full time. So we have like at least four divisions. Well, they're all full time. There's 20 teams in each league. So
That's just in the UK, or you're talking all of Europe?
yeah, so in the UK we got the Premiership, we got the Championship, and we got Division 1, 2, and 3. So there's
Sure.
5 leagues there, plus 20 teams in each league. That's 100 teams that are all full time. You know, different amounts of money, but they're all full time.
Yeah, right. So a big crop of players to pick from.
Yeah, and obviously because of the heritage and the standards should be higher, and you know, but like you know, you go anywhere in Europe, they've got the same sort of history. You know, going right
So
there.
I remember our good friend Martin, who used to join us on occasion. He had a shirt on. I asked him what it was, and he said, "Yeah, you wouldn't know. It was a local club league." What is that?
Yeah, well, it's just you know, I've played in lower leagues where
Yeah, but I mean, this shirt was nice as hell. You telling me they make up these fancy shirts for just this? Has to be like or maybe they do. Maybe it's just that, and there's that many leagues over there that they're everywhere.
well,
You know.
I mean, I used to play for a side called Digger Skips FC, and his logo was Digger's the name, rubbish the game.
Gotcha.
It was all done nice and in our own program, a little printed program. You know, like instead of saying like Sharp Electrics, it said Digger Skips, but it's all there, you know.
Sure. Interesting. Okay, I don't know.
I
See,
mean,
yeah, this.
I can see yourself getting better in time, but you need all that surrounding, not the immediate generations. You know what I mean? You need sort of
Right. Yeah, I feel like
generations.
what happens here is our like MLS. Of course, we've snatched a bunch of great players from Europe. I think Messi plays over here, right?
Yeah.
So yeah, but when it comes to American players from the U.S., we don't have any of the huge names, any. And so we have, to begin with, we don't have any of the Ronaldos, the Messis, the whatever, ever from our country. And secondly, our guys who are supposed to be like almost as good, like the second in line, which your great teams in Europe and South America have 4 or 5 on the national teams. Here in the U.S., we're lucky to have one really great player, but not world-changing on the team. We don't get the 4 or 5 plus the superstar. You know, that's.
But you get the superstar. No disrespect, you get Rooney, Wayne Rooney. He done really well in America, you know. And but they're all retirees. They're all their last season. They're their last 2 seasons. It's the honeymoon period, you know.
Who did he play for?
Wayne Rooney, Man United, and Everton.
And he's born in the U.S.
No, he's from Liverpool.
See, I'm talking about like in the World Cup play, we're only going to have United States-born players, right?
Yeah, but this is the problem I'm saying. Because you said you bring superstars into America. You do, but their twilight period, it's the end of their career. So because you're doing that they're coming over to America for the paycheck, obviously, and a different lifestyle than their last year or last 2 years of playing professional football. But the reason why they come over to America is because there's a gap in the standard there where they could look good again for a couple of years. A lot of professionals do it. So this is what you're up against. Is, like I said, it's that depth and obviously there's huge talent, but it'll take years for you to get it. You've got the numbers. You've got 350 million people. It's definitely doable, but it'll take time.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, Messi came here for 28 million a year. I think Florida too, right?
I bet he had pressure from his missus. Thinking, Florida, Keys, lovely fucking place, good people.
Most importantly, no payroll tax in Florida, no income tax. So he doesn't have to worry about sending that 6% to the state. You're muted.
Yeah, no stating.
State income, of course. Federal applies to everybody, of course. He's paying the highest tier for Fed, but as I pointed out before, if he lived in California, I believe he'd be in the 13.1% added tax. And he saves that, which is like $3+ million a year that he's saving by living in Florida, which is insanity.
Well, I heard Newscomb wants to bring a law in to bring in a leaving tax if you leave California. Landing is free, I'm told.
I saw a news interviewer recently at somewhere. She was interviewing some people who were at a rally, and has anyone seen this? When the guys start talking about what they really think, and like it's on MSNBC, and they're like trying to cut and get away from them, and these guys are totally based, and the reporter's getting all frustrated. It's anyone familiar with this?
No.
Say it again, Steve.
Let me see if I can find it. Can you describe it, Last Dance, from my incoherent ramblings?
I have no idea what you're talking about.
All right, then I guess that's a no. Well, let me see if I can find it. It's going to take me a minute.
Okay, for Last Dance and RW there, have you heard about the Lego controversy in America at the moment?
Nope.
Lego what?
Legos, you know Legos?
Yeah.
Have you heard about the big story? This I'll try and break it down for you. An old guy had the biggest collection of Star Wars Legos, and they allowed this biggest company called Bricks and Figs or something. Bricks and Figs. They deal in. Yeah, you've heard of the name before?
No.
Well, they're like a big model company, and basically they had a contract to say that they would sell his Lego collection as and when people wanted it, and they would take a percentage. Now, this is not unheard of. This is how a lot of them do business. They take a percentage and pass the rest on to the owner.
Yeah.
Well, try and break it down. The franchise company went down, and the mother company stole the Star Wars collection, Legos, 200 grand, by the way. And this family then appealed to a YouTuber that does this, sort of investigating. The YouTuber went there. The YouTuber gets arrested by the police, gets pulled over for drink driving, gets pulled over for drug driving, gets arrested, gets assaulted, dislocated shoulder bone. This is over like 5 days. And because the internet got hold of it, the internet then sort of broke into the police department's website, and they've actually leaked the body cam footage of what's actually going on. And basically the CEO of this company, Bricks and Figs, has pressured the local police and politicians to harass and arrest this YouTuber for stalking and stuff.
The CEO is on the body cam?
Yeah, the CEO there's audio of the CEO saying, we can get him, we got to get him on something, he's going, we'll get him on something. And the cop was going, oh yeah, we'll try and stuff. This has all come out. This is like really, really fucked up.
That's pretty corrupt.
Oh, mate.
There's another corruption thing that's going on right now with PSA 10. So Pokemon cards are extremely popular right now.
Yeah.
And people are spending big money for them, and they'll send these cards into PSA to rate them. And if they get a PSA 10, then they sell for the most money. Well, PSA now is selling cards themselves. And what people are saying is they're sending in their extremely rare, expensive cards. They're getting rated a 9.5 or a 9, So,
They're
so PSA
downgraded. They're getting downgraded.
So they downgrade it. The PSA buys it from them, and then they're selling it for a 10 to make bank.
So a PS just for like last answer, PSA 9. Say that the card's worth $2,000. A 10 would be worth 20 grand.
Okay.
Same card, and it just goes on the quality of it. Like,
Well, I mean, that sounds like a blatant conflict of interest. If you
Yeah.
are, you know, so why does anybody? So people should not use the PSA as a legitimate rating system.
I believe there's only two. There's another, not PSA. There's another sort of company that does do the rating, and they're more strict than PSA are. But I don't know if they do the same sort of crazy shit.
They're going to become much more popular now because PSA basically had the monopoly.
Yeah.
But you're right; it's an absolute conflict of interest. The fact that they can sell cards and rate them is absolute bullshit.
Well, it's a conflict of interest, which is often not illegal. It could be fraud.
Yeah.
It's always illegal.
Look. I had one of my wholesalers selling retail. You know what we did? We stopped buying off that wholesaler because I said basically, you're selling to us and then you're competing with us because you're selling straight to the market.
That's called double dipping, bro. And he's
and you're not a wholesaler at this stage. Or we wholesale. Yeah, and you retail. You wholesale and retail.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take my business elsewhere, innit?
Hells yeah.
But yeah, on this Lego thing, it's so serious. Audio body cams have been released. Car body cams have been released. He got pulled over by the police. He stopped at a stop signal. You know, it's the go-to by the police, isn't it? He didn't stop at the stop signal, but he stopped for about 2 whole seconds. on the police body cam, it shows it. And he's now what he was trying to serve. He was trying to serve the CEO court summons, and the copper said, "Oh, I'll serve it." And he said, "That's all I wanted to do. Obviously, that's all I wanted to do. Like, if you can serve him and just say you've been served, that'd be brilliant." And the copper went there. The copper showed the CEO, which is basically technically legally being served because he's now aware of it, and he's physically aware of it because they were reading it out together, and he said, I don't want it. So the copper said, okay then. You come back. He said, here's your court summons. He said, what? He said, you said you're going to serve it. He said he didn't want it. He said, it's not up to him. Just say he didn't want it. You literally just give it to him and say you served.
Yeah, exactly.
So the coppers are really dodgy as fuck. So if you put in Relentless Ben, and what's funny about it all, it's gone crazy. But the original family who's got 200 grand's worth of Legos with this big company, there's been a GoFundMe. They've raised like over 200 grand, so what they're going to do, they're going to buy the Legos off the family, give them the 200 grand, so that the man's ill as well. The man's seriously ill, the original owner. So the big company, the bricks and whatever, figs and bricks, whatever, they've turned around and they said, we'll string it out. So basically, it'll cost you more money than it's ever worth you doing this in the first place. You know what I mean? For going through all the shit.
Right.
We will play the long game. We'll just fucking string you out. So the original owner of the Lego collection has been basically going to be paid off. So he's got his 200 grand, and the YouTubers are going to take the debt on. And
so they now have the rights that he previously had.
Yeah, and what they've done as well, they've split the ownership into 10 people.
Okay.
So they've got 10 court summons coming.
Cool. And they're going to pursue these guys till the end of time.
Yeah, I mean, Relentless Ben is his site called. And then what's funny as well, I found out like 3 days ago that the guy just hit 1 million subs. But I looked at his channel today, he's on 1.2 million subs. He's picked up 200 grand in like 24 hours because it's crazy the way the police have treated this guy. It's so backward.
So which
They know he's a YouTuber.
Oregon,
They know he's a
okay.
YouTuber.
Huh.
And they still behave like they're it,
Yes.
you know?
Yeah. Well, I found
No,
the
they-
video I was looking for, if anyone's interested.
So this one more thing. This sounds like it's not going to be good publicity at all for this niche company.
Well,
Right.
they've closed as soon as they've just served them the court summonses.
Uh-huh.
They've closed down that branch. So that branch it's in Utah as well. It was like backward as fuck. And yeah, they've closed it down. There's
Well,
like
people should boycott the whole.
yeah.
the whole
Well,
thing.
I think that's what's going to happen. I mean, yeah, if you look into it a little bit, it's crazy what they're doing. They've literally said, "We'll play the long ball. We'll play that. We'll string it out. We'll make it worth. It'll cost you 300 to get 200. So carry on."
Hey, did you get a notice that Drone Tech is live?
No.
I didn't.
I just got a
What?
notice.
Oh,
It's been a long time since I saw one of those notices.
That's awesome.
He's been quiet, he has as well. I don't think he's been well.
Well, yeah, he alluded to some. I was thinking he alluded to some sort of kind of
Careful.
sensitive medical issue. He didn't say what it was, but I had a
Yeah.
few conjectures that it had to do with the bottom.
Sure. All
Or the
right, here we
bottle.
go. No. Well, let's not get into any
No,
guessing.
no, I'm not going to say what it is, but I felt so bad because I had a friend who had that problem, and it was terrible.
Sure.
Oh,
Here
he's
we go.
sideways. He's pressed record at the wrong time.
Oh,
And he's turned his camera. He's done the typical live thing. You've got to
All right.
literally set the camera sideways, wait a second, then press live.
all right, let's watch this. Let's watch this, then we'll check out Drone Tech.
A Mexican restaurant that he has
It
loved.
was-
It's a much more lively vibe and in very LA fashion. There's now a chopper flying overhead. He's having his party at a Mexican restaurant that he has loved for years. And there's some Spencer Pratt supporters here who seem in a very good
Oh,
mood.
this is funny. I've seen
You guys
that.
have
Instagram, Patriot Wildman.
You guys have probably seen the
Already
latest batch of
challenged.
polling that just came out. Shows him doing pretty well in second place, just 10 points behind Karen Bass. How are you feeling about that? Do you feel really confident that he's going to make it to the runoff?
Definitely, he's going to make it to the runoff. There's a lot of people who already voted for him. Their votes haven't been counted yet. They voted day of the election, old school style. So I think his numbers are going to get better.
What is it about Spencer Pratt that you just is resonating with you?
Because he's speaking out against communism and socialism, and it is a real big problem in our cities, especially in LA where it's turned to crap. It's not an accident. They're doing it by design. Karen Bass
Shit
wants
on
to
the street.
destroy our city, and it's nice to see someone like Spencer Pratt.
I could
Shit on
simplify
the
it because those buzzwords are like they melt the brains of like left, leaning people. So let's just say it this way: he doesn't want human feces to be a part of your life.
Yeah.
He doesn't want homeless children outside.
Totally.
Homeless
Thank
people
you.
outside.
Huh, see
no.
her? See her?
Yeah.
He ran away.
We have
He doesn't
talked-
want homeless
Okay.
people
Let's go
outside
back. Watch her. This fucking bitch. Watch her.
leaning people. So let's just say it this way: he doesn't want human feces to be a part of your life.
Yeah.
He doesn't want homeless children outside.
Totally.
Homeless
Thank
people
you.
outside. Oh,
We
you
have-
didn't
no.
like that.
We have-
Oh, he ran away.
We have
He doesn't
talked-
want homeless people
Oh, that's
outside
awesome.
of the
We
elementary
appreciate
schools
you.
having
Can I get a
sex
shout out real
with
quick?
their
We
own
appreciate
hands
you.
in front of the
We
children.
appreciate you. We've talked a
I
lot
don't
about the
appreciate
homelessness.
you.
Thank
I
you.
don't appreciate
All right.
you.
Stop calling
I
now.
I
Listen,
don't
Liz,
appreciate you, ma'am.
I got it. Thank you
Stop
for
trolling.
navigating that so well.
No, we-
Oh, right. Like, oh, God. They were so difficult telling the truth.
Yeah, it doesn't match the narrative. We're gonna have to.
Yeah, like
Correct.
as he was
Take it
trying
back
to
to
say
studio.
when she was backing up, we don't want homeless people having sex within sight of children in a playground at school. But she's like, no, no, no. Let's get away. Let's not report things that are really happening. Oh,
And he
that
said
makes
the-
me so fucking
he said
angry,
the correct
dude.
term as well. He said feces.
Yeah.
So he didn't say shit.
Right, he said
No,
it.
that was
PG.
That was a good clip. And do you guys think Spencer Pratt actually stands a chance because he's getting so much internet clout? Like he's definitely like coming across as a good guy.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I don't know much about California politics, to tell you the truth.
Well, I know about California's postal system. So basically, since these postal votes have come in, they've been overwhelmingly Democrats. Now, this is CNN were reporting on this. I've seen this tonight, and like these postal votes, that they seem to be all for the third place woman to knock him from second. Isn't that funny? But the CNN said, for at least over a decade now, all of these votes, these postal votes, have been overwhelmingly Democrats. Wonder why that is. Oh shit! It's happening again.
Do you think there's... Let me ask you this. Do you think there's Democrats at home who are saying, we want the shit. We want to see dirty homeless people having sex. Like, no, I really don't think that. It's purely because it's a... Why? Can you answer that? Why are they trying to defend it and or at least quell the speaking of it? You know?
I think you're wrong. I don't think they say we want homeless people and shit all over the place, but I think they would say we want an empathetic, kind policy of kindness.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing, but that's not what they don't say. I want more homeless people shitting on my sidewalk.
The suicidal empathy.
Suicidal empathy is what.
Yeah.
It is.
Soyocidal.
Sorry.
Yeah. It's really a strange thing to say that you're wrong for not wanting feces and homeless people an area of LA that you or I cannot enter. We would get jumped, probably stabbed, and we might not even ever be found again. They're happy with that? You know? What the fuck?
Why do you think they vote for the person that it guarantees that?
Damn.
They know what they're voting for. Karen Bass is, a communist, and they know what they're voting for. It's not a secret.
A free speech advocate. I think all of us here are free speech advocates, and when free speech is suppressed, that definitely hits a nerve. I think the reason why Spencer Pratt's going to win is the year that I shared in the background. That marketing campaign that he's doing is the most grabbing, contrasting, simplistic, brilliant idea I've seen for a political advertisement.
Yeah.
What specifically is it that he's doing, RW? It's tough to really make out exactly what you're saying.
He's taking and stenciling, he's putting stencils on the streets and having a guy power wash a stencil that says, wouldn't it be nice if all the streets were this clean? Vote for Spencer Pratt. It's super cheap, it's simple, it's brilliant, it gets the point across.
I like it. It is good.
RW, can you just go on loudspeaker?
I'm on my computer in my barn, so I tried to do my Bluetooth, but they're garbage.
Yeah, I would just boycott all earpieces you've got at the moment and just go loudspeaker. Try that.
I'm on the computer.
That's what he's doing now, Welshman.
He's doing that now, is he?
He's using the computer mic.
I'm gonna finish here, and then I'm gonna head back up to the house, and then I'll get on a real rig.
Okay.
It's no problem. Yeah, it's no problem. We'll carry on. He's detailing the car. Kind of a cool garage, though. I like that vertical naughty pine wood
That's
in
a
there.
big old garage, isn't it?
Sure is. It's probably a barn. Looks
Yeah.
like a big barn door there.
He called it a barn.
Very cool. 5 deaths on Brighton beaches discovered in the last, as of 10 days, as of last week.
Are those,
Talk to it.
are those supposed to be boat immigrants coming in via boat?
English
No,
bottle
okay.
cap saying
No.
five deaths on Brighton beaches discovered in 10 days as of last week. Drop that first last. Are these homeless people? Are they drowning victims? What are they?
Well, I doubt they're the newly arrived doctors or engineers. To be fair, it's a little bit too east
Okay.
to get washed up by there. So I would have thought it's localized.
Use a toilet. That is a good solution. Cup of tea.
I haven't heard of this, mind you. But it's been, well, it's not murders. They said deaths. So that's the thing, isn't it?
I don't know what policies can automatically fix a problem that's been perpetuated by years and years of pathetic leadership. So I doubt any human being on Earth would have a solution to this massive problem that they have out there. But maybe he has a pathway to a solution. One could only hope. But
Well, at the very
you
least,
know,
if he's saying it's unacceptable, that's a start.
that's a good start, right? But it's, yeah, I mean, pun intended, it is a shit show. And yes, I did. Yeah. Well, you want to see a picture of something I caught today in the ocean?
Yeah, I do.
All right. Alrighty then. And I will screen share it for your enjoyment. Booyah!
Holy cow, that's gigantic.
That's a good size.
Wow.
It's close to 50 inches, just over 4 feet.
Did you club the shit out of that thing? Is that why your hands are red?
No, that's alive and well. I held it up, turned around, sent it back on its way. Had a nice strong swim off.
Where's
And
the
that-
blood from?
My fingers, and that's also sea lice here. That's not blood, and that's just blood on its lip from the hook. Probably it's a big ass hook.
Why is your left hand bleeding though?
I don't know that it is bleeding.
It's not bleeding.
Might be cold.
My brother enhances the colors a little bit sometimes, so it makes things look more red than they are, maybe. But my left hand's not bleeding.
That's a beautiful stripe, dude.
Thanks, appreciate that.
What was
Probably-
your bait? Soft shell.
No, live mackerel. We go out and jig up live macs and keep them alive in buckets, and then we float them around alive, and they catch us our fish. And
You don't keep anything?
that fish is not. You're not allowed to keep that fish. That was over slot. It's a slot limit now. So that means it's one number to another number is a slot that's keepable. That number is 28 inches to 31 inches. It's a very short slot. So any fish that's caught between 28 and 31 is a keeper. Anything under 28 and over 31 is, yes,
The breeder.
is not a keeper. It's either a schoolie or a breeder. So they don't. This is their idea. I think they should just make it a catch and make it a true sport fish and make it catch and release only, similar to the tarpon in Florida, and just stop because the numbers are going down. But hey, whatever. Yeah, it was a good day. We caught 4 mackerel. And we caught 3 big stripers, and the 4th mackerel was still really alive. And I said, you know what? The sea's been good to us today. I sent the 4th mackerel back, swam healthy out into the ocean for some good karma for the next trip. So that was
That's
that.
how we ended up with snakeheads.
Well, I caught it a
What's-
mile
what's
from where I
invasive?
released it. So,
What's that?
Was that an invasive last name?
Yes.
Yeah.
Some Chinese guy had bought some. They were not. I don't think they were legally supposed to be in America, but he went to some Asian grocery and they had live snakehead, and he was going to make some soup for his sick wife, and he used one to make soup, and then he had an extra one left, and he released it into the waters.
Yeah.
To sort of for good luck, you know, and somehow it's not clear how it ended up spreading. It was into a pond without with no outlet.
It had to have been with eggs.
But this was a landlocked pond with no outlet.
It's like a osprey or something. I don't know if it's like a real, but people say osprey will like they'll pick up a fish and drop it somewhere.
Yeah.
You else heard that?
It could be. There are ospreys in that area.
Definitely.
I think it's a fairy tale. I don't see why they do it.
Well, I know somebody personally very close to me found a saltwater fish in their swimming pool, and they live near the ocean. And there's tons of ospreys in that area. The thing was hurting, and it had claw marks in it, but it was definitely dropped by an osprey. It was still alive. It was in a chlorinated pool, too, so obviously life was short anyways. But talk about from the frying pan to the fire. Yeah.
I wish I had hands. I could put them over my eyes.
And which is worse, chomped by an osprey or dropped into a chlorine pool? I don't know.
I think the chlorine is worse.
Probably. Let's look up the first snakehead story. If it is it documented?
Probably.
Well, you do that if I can remember. I will respond to Snowflake about Chris Pratt's policies if I can find them.
How's that Modelo treating you, RW?
It's smooth at the moment. I have a whole 12 pack of Stella Artois to go back to the house with. This is my last night to have some drinks. I have that procedure coming up. So
you got one giant Modelo and then a 12 pack of what?
Stella Artois.
Stella. Just say Stella. That's good enough. No one's really sure of the second word there, so Stella, we all know. There you go, Artois.
Artois.
Yeah, I shared that story with you guys too. I know you guys both went through it. It's going to be an adventure.
Stella's a decent lager. Stella is. You drink a lager, that's can't really go wrong with Stella.
Stella is a Czech beer, I think, and a lot of people say that the Stella in Czechoslovakia is a lot different from the shit that you buy that they sell in bottles or cans, and that it's one of the best beers in the world on tap over there.
I think you might be talking about Budweiser, the original Budweiser. The original Budweiser is Czech, and it's far better than the Budweiser in America, obviously.
Let me check. I just watched a video of a guy doing a video about Stella.
Yeah, see if there's a Budweiser in Europe.
Belgium, first brewed in Belgium.
Stella is, yeah.
Yep.
Here's just real quick towards the homeless question for the policy of Spencer Pratt. He views chronic homelessness as a drug problem rather than a housing shortage. He opposes housing first and harm reduction. He wants to redirect funding from ineffective nonprofits, such as a homeless industrial complex, toward enforcement and mandatory treatment. His goal is zero encampments and clear streets. His detailed 5-step plan for homelessness: basically break the cycle, use existing laws, end body brokering, bring in the DEA and modern treatment facilities. So that's just for the homelessness. But he does have his point plans that he's released.
That sounds expensive for a state that's already fucking strapped.
It doesn't sound expensive because they're taking all the money away from these so-called charity groups that just throw money away. I seen a Nick Shirley investigation the other day where I think it was California. They bought a building for like £6 million, and they hadn't used it for 6 years. 6 years, and then they said, "Oh, they're going to house 32 people." So they worked it out. That's 320 odd £1,000 each homeless person just to house. It's like, what the fuck are you? And the thing is, they bought it 6 years ago, and he's Nick Shirley's outside this derelict building. It's got no doors. It's got no fucking windows. It's got crack and needles and pieces of pickaxe handle in the corner, tits and stuff, right? And it's like, yeah. So if they actually ever do get it together, it's going to cost like over 300 grand to house one person. Because there's 32 of them. When you split it up, that's what it. None of it makes any sense.
I want to challenge. I don't want to challenge the cost narrative, but if something costs money to solve a problem, I don't have so much of a problem with that. Like, if people are going to have to spend tax money to actually solve a problem like homelessness, I would think that the community would be interested in that solution.
But there's another part to that, RW. A lot of these people voluntarily became drug addicts. They chose to do nefarious things. They chose to be to put a needle in their arm. They became addicted. They are in a way that they didn't find themselves there by chance. They found themselves there by choice.
But Pratt's saying you'll take him off the streets.
But
you'll take them off the streets.
Angle to see if it works seems like a fair try.
It does, but I guess my point is, like, first of all, these fucking dirtbags don't pay shit. So they're just taking money from the people who actually work. And like their whole lives is like, all right, I'm going to become an addict. I'm going to be homeless. Now you guys work your asses off to try to get me clean. Yeah. And like, so the average guy who maybe is successful and he's making 150 grand a year and he's trying to like pay his taxes for his kids to go to school. Now 25% of the money he's paying, instead of going to fixing the roads he drives on and fucking fixing the schools and paying the teachers, paying special ed, it's now going to pay for some fucking dirtbag who put himself there.
Look, why would he push in the DEA? If these people want to push drugs into their arm, that means that they're breaking laws by doing drugs, and the DEA would push them out or arrest them or something. So it would be a pretty invasive solution approach.
It has to be. Otherwise, it's just shoveling cash. You have to be. It's got to be. I hate the expression, but some form of like tough love. You know, where it's going to be.
He's going to take them off the streets. He's going to force them off the streets.
Right. Oh, I hear you. Just pisses me off to wonder that you start to add up the numbers of people that there are that are going to need this treatment, and then the number of people and treatment specialists and forms of housing that you're going to have to provide, and you're talking astronomical numbers.
I know, but if you set a precedent, if you set a standard, and homeless people realize it's hard to be homeless in this area, they'll migrate to another place.
Yeah,
they'll push away from that area because I don't think they'd want to. I think that how California's treating the problem is allowing the problem to fester.
Well, a lot of people are employed RW by supporting them. It's crazy the amount of organisations that are involved in supposedly feeding them, giving them drug kits.
That's comical, right? The amount of people employed by treating the homeless, and that's just going to get bigger.
Yeah,
it's going to be a whole industry.
But it is an industry. It really is.
Yeah, it's really.
Well, we're talking. I mean, wait there. Wasn't Goodson, whatever his name is, the mayor, didn't they lose 28? Was it billion or 28 million? That was supposed to go to it's unaccounted for. It's like 28 million or 28 billion. I think the billion's a bit crazy, but 28 there. I'm sure it's million. They just couldn't find the money. They lost the money, or it's gone. The money's gone, but it's unaccounted for.
You talking about the mayor of L.A.? Wasn't that Bass? Was that their name? Her name?
Yeah, Bass. But yeah, but he's part of it, and you've isn't he? He's part of all that. As a council, they just didn't know where the money gone. They were supposed to like go to homeless, but they just can't account for any of it.
I'm not talking about them. I give them a special place in my heart, Topple, for sure. I've seen a lot of interviews and a lot of footage and discussions with a lot of the homeless in California, and I can tell you this, the vast overwhelming percentage of them are not vets. I think the vets should be taken care of at a higher level than non-vets. So don't get me wrong, when it comes to vets, bro, I'm right there with you. I'm a patriot, love my country, because my country is all I know.
I mean, you could just arrest people who are homeless.
Vagrancy?
What's the difference if they're sleeping on the street or sleeping in a jail cell?
Money and lack of cells. Eventually you're going to be like building...
Well, then arrest as many as you can that you have room for.
So
the thing is, you're right, because you just make it so uncomfortable for them to be homeless in this part of town, that they'll leave. Like we said, they will go.
Yeah, you'd have to make jail. You can't give them a bed and a hot meal and air conditioning. It has to be like wooden benches in a crowded room, you know?
That's fine.
Well, no, the whole point is to get them clean. So
maybe a shower, wooden benches in a crowded room.
so whether they like it or not, they'll have the basics, and they won't be mixing with the general population because they're going to be getting clean, and however long that takes.
You mean clean as in drug free?
Yeah, I think that's the way Pratt's looking at it. Isn't that RW? Isn't that the way he's looking at it? Because the whole point is you can't have that cycle, because surely without doing this at the end, it's just this reoccurring cycle. They're just going to go in and out all the time because they got addictions, in and out. They're a bit crazy. Unless you get them clean of it or get them on treatment, it's just going to happen again and happen again. And it's likely to happen again anyway.
What Topple said, I don't think it's that easy.
Therein lies the problem with the whole thing. I also
don't think giving them drug kit bags is helpful. And for example, if you keep on feeding them on the streets and leaving them on the streets, you're not even covering a wound really. Putting a plaster on a wound it's just repetitive. You're keeping them on the streets by feeding them on the streets.
Yeah, it's an odd thing because it certainly creates a duality in me. I like to imagine that feeding hungry people is a good thing, but you're right. And if you're rewarding their behavior of homelessness and drug use by at least providing caloric content for them to stay alive with food and clean water. Yeah, right. English bottle cap. That's pretty fucking good, bro. A little double entendre there from the old bottle cap himself. I like it. But yeah, it's a tough one. I lived in Northern California in a small hippie town. There was some poor people, and some hippies would go out and feed the homeless there. And I thought it was great. I thought it was a wonderful thing that they did. But I guess when you're talking about in LA, where there's this huge society of drug addicts, it's a different scenario than the organic feeding of people who are truly just poor. Then you're feeding this group of addicts who live in an area like Skid Row where it's so violent and essentially unenterable by anybody else besides the people who live there.
I just don't think homelessness should be defended as a choice, one that that we should respect. the homeless for their homelessness. I think it should be, at least in cities where it's a problem, it should be made illegal. And
How do you deal with that, though?
Well, I don't know,
as
but
many as you can.
Poland don't seem to have a problem. Hungary don't seem to have a problem. Serbia don't seem to have a problem.
They
Hungary
probably
don't seem to have a problem. Russia
probably-
don't seem to have a problem.
Yeah,
You look at all these
now.
countries now. You see these vloggers. You know, 1 week they're in Paris, they're getting attacked by Tyrone and Abdul, right? And by some Sheilas, some sort of Aisha ladies in big cloths. They're getting attacked, and then 2 weeks later they're in Moscow or St. Petersburg. There's no litter on the streets. There's very little graffiti on the streets. The tubes are fucking fine, and there's no and they interview just like normal Polish people and Hungary people, and they're saying, you know, what you and they say, well, I feel always at home in my home country, feel safe. Yeah, and the reason why they feel safe is because it isn't crowded with crackheads and fucking homeless people with mental problems and drug problems. It's just not. And petty crime, full stop.
Well, I just think the start of any improvement is to reject that homelessness is acceptable. I don't care whether you put them in jail or move them, take the mentally ill and put them in institutions, or arrest them. I don't care. It can't be considered acceptable.
But your solution, Last Dance, will cost money.
Well, yeah, it'll cost money, but I'm sure homelessness, is tremendously expensive.
Yeah, Steve. So if you're an addict, you need to earn $100 a day. How many petty crimes would you commit? How many burglaries would you do? How many car break-ins would you do? You're mostly gonna need to steal £400 worth of stuff to get your maybe £100-200 worth of fix. So, say for example you committed 3 different crimes in one day. You've got to do that every day. It's 3 times 7. That's a lot of crimes a week.
No, you're right. You're right.
And for the community, you've got to look at these. You've got to look at these addictions. You've got to look at them in 2 ways. You've got to look at them as the damage it does to the person, and the damage it does to the community. And sadly, when you look at what it actually does to the community, it's really harmful for the community as well as harmful personally. And I keep saying it. I think there should be really serious help to stop this cycle. Because I noticed you said, Steve, yeah, but that'll cost money. And you're thinking, yeah, but that's the least of your fucking problems.
I'm not advocating for not doing it, but at whatever level you do it, it's going to cost a lot of money and resources to do it.
Agreed. But if you stop the rot, say for example, you have a success rate of 20% of people you put through on the first time. Right? Yeah. That's a lot. If you got 20 people clean out of 100 tests that went through the system, and they actually end up being clean, properly clean.
Yeah, like 5 years sober type. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, you do that a couple of times, and people will be confident, knowing that could be them in 6 months' time. I just think that whatever we invest in trying to stop that cycle of crime, it's got to be worth it.
Let me describe a different style of homelessness that we have here in the suburban Baltimore, Washington area. We do have homeless people. They're kind of invisible. They basically live in wooded areas and they camp there.
Yeah.
And they're kind of out of sight, out of mind. And so it doesn't cause a hue and cry across the land. You think that's a good solution? Just leave it as it is, and
well, it's not good for the wilderness that they're
a
freeloading.
Phenomenal amount of garbage.
It's what I mean.
It's not good for them either. I mean,
This isn't a well-maintained campsite. This is a shithouse fucking track in the woods.
Absolutely.
It's disgusting.
It is disgusting.
No, I don't.
Once again, we should look at to save that person as much as we can, rather than like worry about the damage they do to the environment. Well, and like I said, there is a big problem last time. It's very similar in the UK. In the summer months when I walk my dog, there's loads of people camping in the park because I've asked them, I've spoken to them, they feel they're safer in a tent in a field in the dark than in the Huggard House homeless shelter, because they get stabbed and they basically. I haven't been there to witness any of this, of course, but I hear the repeated same reason of many homeless people in the last couple of years, that they feel safer outside the building, away from them and all the people that are attracted to them.
Now,
which is worrying, but obviously true.
In The Last Dance, you're not one who's normally a big money a person for spending money, government money, on especially on particular groups of people.
True.
But you're willing in this particular case to do it, and this crime of vagrancy is a fairly low-level crime, but you see it as for the greater good sort of thing?
Well, you want to live. I mean, it's a matter of priorities. I would take a budget and reprioritize it, and I would, if I were to look at the LA city budget, I'm sure I would find a phenomenal amount of money available that is being wasted on identity politics things and all sorts of shit that you can just prove doesn't actually have any return on the investment, because it's all it's the job of government is to basically pay off supporters so they'll vote for them again. That's how it is in my county, and that's how it is even more so in big cities, in Chicago, which I'm more familiar with. I'm sure it's the same in LA. And I could if you were to make me king for a day of LA, I would save them money by reprioritizing. Basically, stop funding crap.
But the end goal is to get them clean of drugs, and to get them in some sort of treatment with any mental illness. Surely, isn't it? That's the end goal: is to get them off the streets and clean.
I think the end goal is to get them off the streets and get them back into a support structure. I mean, it should most of the time be family.
But
not everybody has family, and sometimes those families have thrown them out because they are so disruptive.
He's back in the studio. Is that a rainbow?
Yeah.
Oh God. I can't handle
rainbow.
I can't handle rainbows, bro. I'm out of here.
He's LGBTQ.
I'm ABCDEFG. That's not even a rainbow.
Hey, Base, I wanted to ask you a question. What is the two-spirit thing at the end of the LGBTQ letters thing? What does that mean?
Well, I do know it. I do know what it was. So this was explained to me by Billboard Chris, and he's the Canadian guy that does all that. Anyway, so Two Spirit came in the 1980s, I believe, and it was done by an author. So it doesn't have tribal Indian sort of 18th century vibes to it or anything like that. It was like the 1980s. It was the first time it was used.
What does it mean?
It's supposed to mean that. Commonly, I think it's supposed to mean that there was people who were Indians in America, and they could be female or male, I think, but like I said, it was basically first used, I believe, in the 80s by some sort of lefty author.
Okay. That doesn't really explain it as well as I had hoped.
Oh, the description of it, well, what it means exactly, I don't know exactly their definition of it, but that's what it's about. It's about being confused.
Well, then I must be two-spirit, because I'm very confused.
Right, come on over here, chap.
A cup of tea.
Take it easy. I gotta get up in the morning.
All right, thanks for stopping by.
Cheers, boys.
Great talking to you.
Ta-da, Bill.
Let's see what I got in the chamber. I didn't get to talk to you about the Blue Origin rocket exploding. I'm sure you saw that.
Yeah, I did. That was awesome. New Glenn.
Any future astronaut that's contracted with Blue Origin probably didn't think it was too awesome.
Well, yeah, that's true. I just remind you that it's still very much an experimental business.
Yeah, considering that was just a systems test and not an actual launch attempt, that was even more interesting.
You know, it was a absolutely stupendous explosion.
Absolutely. It almost looked like a small nuke.
It did look
a very small nuke. Or like a Fat Boy from the Fallout video game. Some other stuff I have is nearly half of U.S. data centers are delayed or canceled for two reasons. One reason is that they can't actually source the energy. So they can't build fast enough or get access to the grid to actually pull that much electricity for their facility, because they're trying to create 16 gigawatts of new hyperscale facilities. And only 5 of that is under construction. So there's that, and there's all the people that are crying out against it for all of these reasons, whether it's, financial, economical, or spiritual, whatever you want to say. But it's interesting. I know that when I mentioned that the private sector was spending more money than the United States government was spending on transportation, you said this is a good thing. I have mixed feelings. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen.
I'm amazed that it's the same people who complain about globalism because that outsources U.S. jobs to foreign companies that also complain they don't want data centers in the United States.
Are you saying this because you're watching Twitter and you're seeing the same exact accounts that are complaining?
Yeah, but the same kind of, the anti-globalist kind of sentiment on the right is also anti-data center, anti-AI. This is a technology that you want your country to be dominant in.
But what reason are they complaining against it? What is their reasoning for being so against it? Is it the environment?
It's just vibes. They think
just
that
vibes.
somehow, definitely, they think their power bill are going up because of data centers.
No.
Or
if you
the
look at certain
water's
states,
bad.
at least they're forcing the corporation to pay their own percentage of the bill, not spread it across the grid. So some states are directly combating that whole aspect of everybody shares the cost. They're saying, no, you are sucking up this much volume, you're paying that direct amount.
Hopefully that's not happening. It's just power, like anything else in this country, is a market, and everybody should go on that market and bid for their power and get what they get. And if the price goes up,
I disagree with you on that. I disagree, because if a commoner is absorbing a very small volume and they're spreading the cost out for the infrastructure, I can understand that. But if a data center comes in and equally absorbs 50% or more of what everybody else was also consuming, they shouldn't pay an average equal cost because they're absorbing such a large volume of it.
Like anything else, like any market in the world, power is not a fixed a quantity. You can have more or less depending on what the market is doing, and that's how it always works for everything else, and that's how it's always worked for power in general.
What about the build out to that facility? Should the people be paying for that network structure if it's just for that facility?
The people aren't. These are private enterprises, I thought.
No, I'm talking about the electric grid that's going to the facility.
Well, for example, the one that Kevin O'Leary's building in Utah, the massive one, is also building its own natural gas power plant to power itself. It's going to have its own
power generation.
Everything. So it's going to have
how many of the companies are following that model?
Well, if it's within first of all, the utility that's going to make money by supplying the power to the company is going to generally foot the bill, and then they own the utility owns the power lines and the poles, and they charge for delivery and they charge for usage. So in that sense, it's supposed to be profit for the utility provider. It's not supposed to be a cost that's passed on to customers. It's not supposed to be. Whether or not it is or not, I can't attest to, but that's the theory.
Okay.
Now, if you're saying they have to upgrade, theoretically, there shouldn't be any major upgrades besides the addition of the units to supply to the particular center, AI generation center.
30 to 50% of the delays or cancellations to all of these facilities is due to transformer shortages, grid queues, and supply chain issues. So if these facilities themselves are putting such a massive strain on the grid that they have to upgrade drastically just to provide service to the facility, it makes sense that facility would have to foot the bill to
definitely
upgrade that system, so that, because I don't see why the commoner that's living next door has anything to do with that.
I agree 100% with you. I just didn't think the commoner was footing the bill.
My understanding of most grids is that everybody spreads the cost out evenly.
Well, that sucks. Huh. You should pay. Well, yeah, I don't know. Can't really speak to that.
It's all good.
I mean, it's all the rates. It's that's just not how markets work. The rates you pay are based on costs and demand, supply and demand, and the supply curve incorporates the costs, and the demand curve incorporates the power that is people want to get.
Mm-hmm.
But doesn't it still make sense that if someone's coming in that's absorbing such a massive draw that they have to completely overhaul the whole system? Doesn't that mean anything?
No, it doesn't make sense at all. Power is power, and if you're using the power you use is not. It's fungible. It's not different than the power a data center uses. And if a data center is using 50% of the power, then in some sense they're paying for 50%, roughly 50% of the fixed costs, including any new construction that was created just to satisfy them. And,
right, of course.
As their demand waxes and wanes, other people will come up and take that their leftovers.
Right, the gear that it takes for to supply houses with 100 amp or 200 amp service is going to be vastly different from supplying a million amp amount. You're going to need huge gear, but that doesn't mean the system that provides to all the houses has to be changed. That doesn't. It's just the direct feed that goes to the huge draw that these data centers are going to have. Now, where I agree with you 100%, RW, is that cost should not go to the people who are already paying rates. It should be exclusive to either the power provider or the power user, i.e. the data center, not the rest of the customers. And if it is, then that's bullshit.
Trying to
You
dig a
know-
little bit on that because I'm still having trouble wrapping my head around it.
Not tonight. Flip flop.
So a small enterprise data center often is about 1 to 50 megawatts. A typical hyperscale data center is 20 to 100 megawatts. I'm just trying to see why people care. So grid strain and new infrastructure, utilities must build or upgrade power plants, transmission lines, blah, blah, blah. Higher wholesale and capacity prices. It increases demand, raises market prices, which flow into retail bills. So that would be the main one probably. Local impacts at places with heavy data center growth, residential bills have risen significantly. Reports mention spikes of up to 20% in affected states. Other concerns are the environment, like water consumption and emissions, as well as sound emission.
I'm not saying your facts are bullshit. I'm saying if that is real, that is total bullshit. That's essentially the utility provider saying, we don't want to pay for all the infrastructure to provide power to the other guys, and so we're just going to spread it all out a little bit, and so they're still going to be making billions. And they're
I'm not going to disagree with your facts. I'm just, those sound to me sounds like garbage. The claim, it's like a survey. The claim that places with data centers have seen 20% higher utility bills. My utility bills have gone way up too. That's not unique to data centers. The price of energy has gone up for various reasons.
Is that you, Topple? It looks like the...
Oh yeah, that's him.
Well, I know, but anybody could be him. In fact,
I don't know. He's a pretty strange guy.
it's questionable whether that's even him. All right, there he is. Hi, buddy. Bring on Lola. How you doing?
How's everybody doing?
Hey, Topple. Good to see you.
See how y'all doing?
Good to see you again, buddy.
Good.
I know you've been
Doing
busy.
good.
Wow, you darkened up. You turning Puerto Rican?
Helps that it's nighttime.
Yeah, you got this. You got a nice tan, or it's just the darkness. But
It's a bad webcam. I got a little tan, but nothing. I've been down south, so.
good for you, man. Good.
So how's everybody?
That's the summary for you, Steve, and last and then I digress.
Cool. Pretty good, man. Yeah, like coming into the nice weather, my favorite time of year here.
Holy shit.
Yeah, All American Rejects. We're all here. There he is. What up, buddy?
Oh, I don't know why you didn't cut out, but I'm gonna kick him out.
Is he snoring?
Well, he said he was
You say
going.
goodbye. You say goodbye.
Oh, all right. Yeah, I'll remove him. Yeah, doing well.
Hey, Fiddler.
I didn't mean to steal Topple's thunder.
I know, you asshole.
He was already sizzle
It's been like
fixing out.
6 weeks, and then you just pop right up, and
I know, man.
always in green or gray. I can't tell anymore.
It's a grayish green. I think it's all the screens that make it look gray and green.
Drone Tech, clear classic. So what's going on with you fellas?
Summer has begun.
Good.
I love it.
Did you open your pool yet?
Just got it open. We just got back Thursday, so everything's a race. And then my son and my family goes to Cancun tomorrow, so.
You included?
No, I'm not going.
You're going to get in
It's
too
not
much
my
trouble.
trip. I'm not.
How'd
My
the pool look
passport.
when you uncovered it? Was it a sludge fest or?
I was going to add a picture. A deer must have got into it this year.
Oh, dude.
broke off my liner, or not liner, the tarp, and everything dumped into the pool. Even my sub pump, which my
You
sub
didn't
pump
find
went
a
all the
dead
way
deer.
down.
Anyway. I thought you were.
No, the deer got out somehow, bastard. My sub pump dropped down and emptied my whole pool, so everything was stained. I had to power wash. I had to fill the pool up with a hose. So
What do you mean your sub pump dropped down and drained your whole pool? Like what does that mean?
So it wasn't on. I'm thinking it siphoned it because the levels of the lines were so slow going down. So when the deer must have got in it, it kicked it out, made a hole. It dropped my sub pump all the way down into it. I keep one on top of the liner or the tarp all year round, so I could just hit the switch to start draining it.
Yeah.
So your
And-
sub pump is connected to your pool. I thought you're making it sound like the hole punch was flooding your basement.
No, it was on the pool. So the pump you have sitting on top of your liner, sort of a cleanup pump when too
Yeah.
much water builds up. So you
Okay.
turn it on, it runs. But what happened was when this hole happened by this magical deer, the fucking pump fell to the bottom of the pool and then created some kind of a siphon with...
Yep.
Did the deer come back and start the siphon too? I mean, this sounds sus, bro.
So here's the thing.
As long as the
like-
insurance company's okay with it.
like this is a little A fetish of me. So I'll start the pump and let it run for 30 minutes and I'll shut it off and it will keep siphoning the water without electricity needed. It's just a slow
Right.
process.
I see what you're saying. If the waste hose is below the level of the
Yes.
intake, then you are creating a siphon.
Well, the sub pump is a separate.
Yeah.
It's a little giant. You know what a little giant is, or
No, of course, I've used them many times.
yeah, it's basically that's all. But it's for a pool cover, and when the deer hit it, it just
Uh-huh.
and
It's not even a sump pump; it's a cleanup pump. So it turns
Yeah.
on a light on off. It doesn't.
yeah,
have
this doesn't even have a
float in it.
float on it. There's no float
Yeah,
on
right.
this. This is
I
all
get you.
manual. So.
Yeah.
So when the deer did that, I didn't think much of it. I was like, all right, that's going to be a headache come May. Didn't realize that it would have drained all the water out. So, but
That's crazy, dude.
it's crystal clear blue water now after a lot of work. So, and
Hey,
everyone's
man.
leaving.
If you want to come down here in November and hunt a bunch of deer to get your money back, just let me know.
I don't do guns. I don't do guns.
Oh, I have them all here. I'll pull the trigger for you.
That is classic.
Revenge on the deer mafia.
I mean, it must have taken a day with the garden hose.
Well, I use my neighbors too because they use my pool. So I was like, hey, fuckers,
Oh,
chip in.
right.
So
Smart.
the water pressure in the neighborhood sucked, but oh well.
Right.
Yeah, I did mine out here. It took like 9 hours when I used to have it above ground pool. Ghetto level. Hey, ghetto level pool guy, how are you? When's yours going up?
When I get around to it, because I
Oh,
don't
no.
really want to get around to it.
Right? I mean, is your family growing out of the pool stage?
My son is, but the problem is me and my wife, I don't think we'll ever. So, from every spring until I get a real pool like Topple has,
Yeah.
I gotta drag that shit out there every year and get a half yard of sand and level everything off and put it up.
Do you have to
You know
drain
what
it
kind-
early?
Yeah, you do.
Uh-huh.
You got to drain it.
You can't put like a bubble or air bubble in the center of it to stop it from. I guess not with those.
I mean, maybe you could. I don't know.
I mean, does it freeze where you are, Aphid?
Oh yes.
Fuck yeah, it does.
Well,
I
then
think
you
his
can't.
state's next to Florida.
No, I mean, it's traditionally quite a bit hotter there in the Midwest than here in New England, but you
Well,
get
every place
Yeah.
is.
Not
Yeah.
this last winter. This last winter was brutal.
Mm-hmm.
I think we have a pretty average, cold snow. We get periods that it don't get above freezing for a while.
Yeah, and
I
you
mean, there's
told
no.
me you got
they
like
don't.
6 to 8 inches, and you were like, "This is a ton for us."
Oh yeah, yeah.
So that puts it in
Yeah, but
perspective.
that's everywhere besides, anywhere south of you is like that. I mean, to you it seems normal, and then you lived in you did like snowboard and shit and lived that life, and you lived in areas that got more snow than the rest of the United States does.
True that. But don't forget, Pennsylvania, PA has pretty good mountains and pretty good skiing and snowboarding. So, and they're far south of me and south of New York even. So,
Yeah, but they make their own snow though.
pretty much.
I think the key to knowing the areas that have like the fucking winter where it lasts and they get lots of snow that sticks around it is when you start seeing in summertime the snowmobiles, parked on the side of the house and stuff. When you start seeing those on regulars, that's when you know that they have a brutal winter.
And yeah, like a week and a half or 2 weeks ago, Mount Washington got like 3 feet of snow. That's in New Hampshire. That's no joke. So they're still Mount Washington's one of the most extreme places on Earth. It had the highest recorded wind speed in the whole world for a long time.
Really?
That's a normal wind, not in a storm. Obviously, if you're in the middle of a tornado, you're going to record a high. This was like over 200 miles
Right.
an hour in a random gust.
A breeze.
Right. Very cool. Anyone up? Any of you guys ever been to the White Mountains in New Hampshire?
No.
No. Huh?
Haven't gone more north than New York.
So I'm going to guess the same thing for the Green Mountains of Vermont.
Yeah, I've been to Nashua, and that's it. And then
Nashua, New Hampshire. That's the armpit of the state, bro.
Yeah, it's I think of it as a northern Boston suburb. But
It's like more tattoo parlors than any place else in New England. Everyone used to go to Nashua for their what was that guy? Something Sam. Yosemite Sam tattoo. That was a big one back in the day. Or the Notre Dame Irish guy with the 2 fists. That was a big one. Yeah, classic.
I like Yosemite Sam. I like him as the mud flaps. My dad had him on his truck when I was a kid.
Mm-hmm. That was a good one. What are the facts you're throwing out over here in the sidebar, RW?
I was just looking at the things that are trending, and someone showed that in 1978, you could work at a federal minimum wage of $2.65 for 12 summer weeks and earn enough for a full in-state tuition, which totaled around $688. And today, at the minimum wage, which was $7.25 since 2009, you'd have to work 41 weeks instead of 12 to be able to do the same thing. So it just shows the difference in pay and cost.
Yeah. And also, there's now a pretty large, lengthy list of universities that charge well north of $100,000 a year for tuition.
No, this is like the state universities, the cheaper, like everybody gets a trophy university, whatever you want to call it.
No, some of them are good. UMass Amherst is a good school. It's, I think, $41K in-state tuition now, which is actually considered reasonable.
As long as these kids are able to use that to get a job and get the money back. There's a lot of kids that are going in for meaningless or seemingly meaningless degrees, and then they get out and they just never get that money back from that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they're just complaining, or I think it's real.
Yeah, I have a buddy who got a pretty good job, and he's in politics, and he paid his loans off like 25 years after he graduated, which
Wow.
ended up being like,
congratulations for him to get that milestone.
yeah, it was like,
My uncle for dentistry, I think it took him 40 years.
yeah, insane. But like in that case, he was probably had a 0 to really low interest loan, which is how a lot
Right.
of those.
He was investing and he was shifting in a lot of places, and then he paid it off.
Right.
He and then he died. Once he paid it off, he died. So
Oh, crazy. Sorry to hear that.
Yeah, it's just that's life, right? Do you guys know anything about Scott Pelley?
Yeah.
Did you guys know that he got fired from 60 Minutes?
They know thanks to me because I put the link on Discord and everybody read it, right?
Oh, on Nathan's Discord?
Yeah.
Well, if you didn't read it, he was basically blowing the whistle on CBS, saying that the management was pushing falsehoods in their stories, allowing politicians to pick interviewers, and that was derailing their broadcast.
Are you putting
I didn't
any
really
spin
ever
on
watch
that,
this guy. Does that make him
RW?
based? Like,
Are you putting any spin on that?
this is a summary.
Well, your spin was that he's a whistleblower, which means that he's in that statement doing some semi-righteous act.
Okay, so that the whistleblowing, I guess, is spin. If he accused management, if he's not calling them out, is that not the same as whistleblowing?
Well, how about this? If you go and you yell at your boss and then basically tell them they're nothing and that they're a failure, then your boss ends the meeting and asks you to reconvene the next day, and you double down on the whole entire thing. Whether or not it's for journalistic integrity or not, what in most jobs is going to happen to you? You're going to get
fired. So is that your understanding of what happened to that individual? He went and went off on his boss for his personal beliefs, and then he got shit canned, or
Yes.
I just have a summary.
Yes, exactly what you just said. That's what happened. Now you have to dissect his personal beliefs and decide whether or not it was righteous or not. Which is a whole
Why
different
would that
ballgame.
not be righteous?
Last Dance, do you have anything to add?
I mean, he's a left wing guy, and he is used to having only one point of view at 60 Minutes, and that looks like it was going to end, and he doesn't like that. I don't really think of him as having journalistic integrity. He's the guy. I mean, if you ever watched any of his Havana Syndrome story, it was just terrible propaganda. The obvious questions.
It hooked me.
Yeah.
Did it get
The
you
most
good?
obvious questions he didn't ask of particularly this woman he had on. And, he spun every fact.
What would you have asked?
Well, I mean, first of all, why does the woman appear on TV with her lawyer? Why not her doctor? It's supposed to be a medical issue, so you should be talking to her doctor. Why didn't he ask for her medical records instead of just taking her word for it, or what her medical situation is?
I mean, do they do that? Do they do that? No. I mean, in any other situation either. Like, if you,
I would hope so. I mean, what?
Like, take their medical, like what? Their HIPAA laws protected papers, and what do you mean?
No, nobody. You think HIPAA prevents you from disclosing?
No, not at all. Not at all.
voluntarily?
I'm just saying, like people.
Someone wants to come on national TV and say that magic beans cause their brain to melt.
I guess
I
some of
would
those
say,
magic-
as a journalist, well, let me talk to your doctor. I want to hear what.
I agree with that, but like seeing her medical records, I think
the
the way you phrased it was like, well, she didn't hand over all her medical papers, so
I
she
would
must
want
be
to.
lying.
I would prefer to have, especially when I have the budget of 60 Minutes, I'd prefer to have my own expert medical doctor and
Yes.
expert look over.
I agree
the
with
records.
that. Well,
Let
not
me-
look over her
let-
record.
I saw that news story as a sort of fun, kitschy, like, this'll make you think because these people are saying this thing, but I never really put anything into it other than, wow, that's fun and interesting to think about, to theorize about, but I am not going to come up with a huge conspiracy and be convinced absolutely by this, somewhat frivolous news story. It was covered multiple times over the years by 60 Minutes. It sort of
They
became
did like 4 segments by Scott
Right.
Pelley himself.
It
Oh,
ma-
that's the
it
guy that you're
made
talking
people
about?
think. Yeah, it made people
Okay.
think it wasn't what I would consider to be news or groundbreaking, other than more of thought provoking. That's how I look at pieces like that, and I might watch that stupid like Jesse Ventura show about conspiracies from 10, 15 years ago, and watch it purely for entertainment's sake. And I'm not looking at it going, holy shit, I can't believe it. It's all
Well, I don't-
true. It's
I don't-
just fun, you know.
I don't know if Scott Pelley thinks of himself as being at the same level as Jesse Ventura.
No.
I believe he thinks of himself as like a white knight journalist, and he doesn't, ask the obvious questions. Yeah, they're hard questions, but I'm sitting there yelling at the TV. Why don't you ask her about this? Why don't you ask her about that?
So what changed for CBS or 60 Minutes to start this new angle? Is there a new owner?
What is the new management?
Barry Weiss was hired to be the overall editor of CBS News.
New executive producer Nick Bilton also.
Well,
he's
part of
everybody's come from Barry Weiss, though.
Yeah.
Literally, they spawned from this.
That's right. That's right. Every drop of water that hits them, a new one comes out
They
of them.
sprung
It's
from
crazy.
her loins.
Oh, they're gremlins. It's crazy.
RW, what was that name? Nick Swilton?
Nick Bilton. I don't know Barry Weiss or Nick Bilton.
Nick Bilton is
Barry
the
was a
one
she.
that was directly in charge of Scott Pele, and Scott Pele went and yelled at Nick Swilton and then kicked a soccer ball at him like Pele. It was really crazy. It was quite the scene.
Yeah,
But
so he
yeah.
was going after them, saying that they were allowing politicians to choose their own interviewers on the show, which was giving politicians control over 60 Minutes. He said that they were incompetent and unprofessional, and that they had wreaked havoc on the program. And the quote that he put in after he was fired says, "For my part, new management has instructed me to inject falsehoods and bias into a politically sensitive story. I've been told to include assertions that are unverified. To date, in every case, I've managed to ignore these instructions or refuse them." So the white knight of journalism, that comes to mind with that type of quote. So he's basically saying he's like the stonewall that is protecting the show for its integrity, so that they're only telling the truth. And then you guys are saying he's just a fucking liberal that's spinning the
I
other
didn't
side
say
of the
that.
story.
I didn't say that. Last Dance said that, and then he came up with this cockamamie story about fucking Havana syndrome. So Last Dance, let's go. Roll with it. Roll with it. Attack. Attack. Get him.
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Well, I mean,
So what is it?
if he's this profound liberal, then provide more than the Havana syndrome story. What else? Like,
Yeah, we got sidetracked. And I got triggered.
That's the only one I could think of because
that's not even really partisan. It's just fucking fantasy.
Well, and I didn't. I think Last Dance has this, perception. It was probably through his tainted glasses that he was wearing when he was watching the segment, that he probably always watches 60 Minutes through, or listens to NPR, or anything that's not of his highest standards of journalism. Anyway, I didn't see that thing as they were just slamming it down our throat, saying that you must believe us and you must disbelieve anybody that's telling us that this is not a real thing. I think that it's an interesting story. It probably gains more clicks on their little YouTube shorts because that's it's an interesting topic than the norm, and they ran with it multiple times. But I don't know. I just don't see it as I don't know. They were presenting a story to me more. And this whole Barry Weiss thing, I think, is probably going to be better in the long run, because I think that there's no doubt that 60 Minutes was leaning in a direction more than they were another. And I'm hoping that this sharp pendulum swing will help, maybe make 60 Minutes a better a better place in the future. You know, even we might have to live through a few years of shit to get to it.
Yeah,
you guys
it's-
all. Sorry.
I just was going to point out, like, I think Eastwind Farms is a pretty reasonable thinker here. He's
I used to think that.
right. So he looks at 60 Minutes in a sense of, hey, it's just interesting. It
Does
doesn't mean
everybody
with
here-
our W on this.
Do you guys all agree that it's a lefty show? Like, I had no idea that that was a lefty show. I just thought it was like an
I say it is.
academia type political show.
I always knew it was left leaning, yes,
Okay.
but I never
Yeah, I'm with
really.
our W here. It's not a part of our generation. I never watched a 60 Minutes clip that I know of.
I agree.
I mean,
And-
here and there, but not like on not on purpose.
I'm Gen X, cup of tea. I'm firmly at the tail end of Gen X. Are you? Are you a boomer?
I'm at the tail end of boomer.
Sorry to hear that.
I'm a millennial, but I thought I was Gen X.
You are not, because I'm near the end of Gen X.
Yeah, but I really don't claim my own generation, so it's hard for me to accept.
Nope,
it
I don't
still.
either.
Yeah.
Couple fucking millennials over here.
Oh,
1985.
accepted. No. You're gonna need all the help you can get soon, Steve. You'll welcome us then.
Yeah, it's true.
I mean, pretty much, it's hard to not think of any mainstream type source of media is for the most part slightly left leaning or more, and that's
I mean,
unfortunate. I don't know if it's so much just the Republican Party isn't very approachable. You know, they're kind of aggressive. You know.
Maybe
I don't
that's
know.
not the right term, but I agree
Wait,
with
what?
your term.
Yeah, I don't know what word I'm looking for, but you know what I'm
about
saying.
monopoly of the airwaves? Is that fair?
Yes, yes.
Getting in and holding strong to a monopoly of the airwaves for a while. What do you guys think that through your lifetime, for the older guys here, do you think that they've been left leaning since the beginning, or was it more centrist? Has it shifted, or has it always been?
It was, I would say it was left center, but there was always a centrist. I mean, with the Democratic Party was different 40 years ago. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It's so much different now.
40 years ago was 1985, 86.
Yeah.
Yes, I know how long 40 years ago was. Sadly.
But I'm just putting into perspective that would have been during Ronald Reagan's presidency,
Yes.
and then the following president would have been
No, not W.
HW.
Elder.
HW, then Clinton, then W.
New World Order. Yeah, that guy.
Me and my brother were talking about Bill Clinton today on the boat, and we both
On
had
the
this. No, we were on a boat today.
Oh.
I showed a picture of the fish I caught earlier. It was massive. But anyways, him and I both agree, like, Clinton's legacy is so tarnished by the few acts of infidelity that he had in office that it's going to basically overshadow his whole presidency, and that he actually was not bad. He was a pretty good president. Aside from some
Which one?
things,
Which one?
Clinton. Some of his gun stuff I didn't like, but you're going to have that. It's just
Didn't you
the
do
nature.
something with real estate or homes?
No,
They're
her name
kind
is
of-
You're talking of the Rose Law Firm and all of Hillary's.
Oh, so that's nothing to do with Okay.
Yeah, but he was not that bad.
No, I only know about Michael Lewinsky with his time. So
That's what I
Exactly.
mean. That's exactly what I mean. That's my point.
But,
That's
I mean,
all
once
he's going to
you
be
look-
remembered for.
A liar, like now I see every single politician as a liar, but he literally got caught with his pants down as a liar.
I know, and it's
So what
pretty
do you
much
do with
like
that? Who cares about everything else?
no, you definitely have to, because the width and breadth of somebody's work shouldn't be overtaken by some lies about some infidelities in the Oval Office, getting a BJ.
Right, but if they lied about that, what else did they lie about? That's all of a sudden where everything breaks down.
Well, every probably person who engages in that sort of behavior is going to lie, president or not.
Yeah, I mean, you might have picked your nose earlier when nobody was watching. Just because you don't tell anybody doesn't make it you untrustworthy.
I guess what I'm saying, RW. Is,
how does that relate? What are you doing?
Well, if you're saying you're lying about them have a personal thing, if you're lying about them having sex with each other or having sex in the Oval Office, that's a sign of if they're going to lie about that, they could lie about everything else.
Unfaithfulness up here and picking your nose way down there.
Let me ask you this:
it's just personal.
What is there that a politician could possibly lie about? I mean, it's
everything whenever they open their mouth.
They all lie. Right.
All policy is public, except for stuff that is classified.
Right.
So it's hard to lie about something you negotiated with the Russian premier, because if the Russian premier doesn't like your lie, he's going to say that you lied, and people understand that he was there too.
But that doesn't mean that it's not a lie. It means that they agree with your lie, and it helps both parties.
Yeah, I mean,
it's whatever. I mean, if he did something good that you guys appreciate, that's cool. I'm saying for myself, I was introduced to politics basically with this guy getting his dick sucked.
Yeah.
So that was my introduction to politics. I'm like, oh, America.
That doesn't bother me. What bothered me was he went into a court deposition and
lied
under oath.
That's what bothers me.
So it's when he lied, not he lied the first time. It's that he lied again.
It said he lied in a legal deposition under oath.
Does that make you trust him even less?
Well, it bothered me. It actually doesn't make me trust him even less.
Because you didn't trust him in the first place, right?
No, I mean, I could understand why he lied. Because it's his own fucking business, and he doesn't want to tell people what's going on. I can understand that. But if
Can
it
you
was
just
me,
say it's none of your fucking business?
if it was me and I ended up in that situation, I would either say I'm not going to tell you any details, or I would tell the truth.
But isn't what sets that apart, Last Dance? If it had happened in the Ramada in Baltimore, then he could say that. But it happened in the people's house. It happened in the White House.
It's also his house. Are you saying he can't have sex at his own house?
No, he can't.
That is the technicality that I'm going to go with Steve on.
Shit, maybe
you
can.
I'm sure it wasn't the first time.
I think they have bedrooms in that place too. What is it? Must be some kind of whorehouse.
I mean, they called him, and a lot of people forget this, his moniker or his name as dubbed by the press was the Great Communicator. He could talk, and people used to say there wasn't somebody who could talk to the average person like this since Bobby Kennedy. And
Obama was like,
one of the reasons he could talk was he was quite intelligent.
Which is a great thing.
That is a great thing. But people think that it's somehow because he's, Slick Willie or something.
No, it's post-nut clarity,
he's just
dude.
not the moron you're used to seeing.
No, that's what I mean. Like, he was a smart guy. He's well educated and well spoken, and also, Last Dance, he was slick in his delivery. And let's not forget Phil Hartman, when he did a good impression of Bill Clinton. He embraced the slick part of it. It was hilarious.
Yeah.
Oh, what's this, Big Mac? Oh, you mind if I try that? Yeah, remember that skit on SNL when he's walking? Phil Hartman's walking around the McDonald's on like a campaign thing, and he's tasting everybody's food. That was Clinton, because Clinton always seemed to be at McDonald's. I don't know.
So who was the Reno person? Janet Reno?
Janet Reno,
He was the Attorney General.
That's the only three names I remember during that time period with Monica Lewinsky, Clinton, and Reno. Janet Reno, or Reno.
She
Why do-
handled
I-
the.
I-
She
that
oversaw the absolute disaster at Waco, Texas,
Yeah.
with the Branch
Oh, her face
Davidians.
is hard to forget. Here you
Oh,
go.
dude.
Yeah.
She was.
She would hardly ever smile. Actually, she didn't have much mouth movement at all. She just.
I thought it
you
was
guys
a
will
dude.
appreciate this one.
Dude, she was a fucking beef cattle. I mean, the woman was diesel.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to mess with her for sure. She had mass.
Oh, she's dead now. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Is she?
I mean, she
most
looked
likely
pretty
not.
old back then. If she
Yeah,
lived
she
till
had
now,
2016.
yeah, shit. That's even longer than I would have expected. But maybe with sheer mass, she just kept existing like a glacier. She was probably got smaller and smaller, but kept
Well,
going.
I got to tell you that Saturday Night Live, those writers are genius. How do you kind of
Era.
express that awkward kind of, I don't know, I'll call it ugliness, but that awkward kind of toughness of Janet Reno? And the way you do it is by pretending she's just the opposite. With Janet Reno's dance party, that was just fantastic.
That's classic. I love
That
it.
was before my time. I wish I was older when SNL was good at their job.
Well, RW, are you familiar with the name David Koresh?
Yes, but I have to type it in to see his face.
Well, he led a cult, and the cult members
Oh, yeah.
were called Branch Davidians. Obviously, the last word Davidian uses his first name David in their descriptor. So their branch, the cult is Branch Davidian. They followed David Koresh being the leader, and they lived in a compound in. Give me the name. Something
Waco,
Texas.
Texas.
Waco.
Wacko.
That's it, boys. That's it.
Wacko.
I'm pretty
A lot
sure
of
that
wackos there.
Far Cry 4 was made after him. They
Maybe.
rebranded his prophetness and everything. It was creepy.
So Janet Reno, in her divine wisdom, decided to send the guys in, and
I mean, I'm not sure I want
These-
to defend her, but I will say that she was getting lots of bullshit reports that she should have sensed were bullshit, that the children were in danger and were being.
did you see the guy who climbed up to the lower roof and he was standing next to the wall with the window, and the bullets passed through the wall and through his body, and he tactfully rolls off down like to the ground?
Yeah.
Like, that was pretty bad. I mean,
Well, what the fuck was he doing up there? I mean, I hope they don't have any guns because I'm totally exposed.
I'm gonna
Maybe with
slam this ladder down.
Maybe these knee pads will protect me.
Tactically
Climb
needed
up.
to work.
And he's up there rolling around on the roof, and bullets are flying out at him. God, that was a terrifying scene.
They should have just thrown a bomb in there and blew it up.
Well, in the end,
That's basically what they did.
yeah, these children they were trying to save got incinerated in some underground school bus. I don't know. It's fucking crazy, dude. It was just.
It was a shit show. It was a shit show twice. That's the amazing thing. The initial raid was
What year was that? What year was that?
so unbelievably stupid. It was amazing. And if that wasn't bad enough, they eventually had a second raid that
That was 93.
Mm. What year was Ruby Ridge? Because I think old Reno was involved with that too.
I don't know,
Wow,
maybe a
that's
year
another
before.
large name.
Yeah. That was Randy, whatever his name was, Randy
Weaver.
something. Weaver, that's it. And turns out that this all spawned all kinds of random radical things, but the whole, any of you ever looked into the Ruby Ridge and then the connection to, of course, Oklahoma City?
Yeah, I mean, Timothy McVeigh was, you might say, radicalized by those events.
Mm-hmm. Anyone else familiar with this? I don't want to seem like we're the only two who know about it.
No, I'm not. I am vaguely familiar with Ruby Ridge. I'm more familiar with Waco, Texas, because a lot of people were picking on Adventists for that. But that was a splinter group of a splinter group. So I don't really feel any attachment whatsoever.
Okay.
And I think the controversy in the end, despite the whole religious stuff, is that the federal government pushed their rights, and all those people died because they pushed in against. They had against the Constitution. Is that the controversy?
You're talking about Waco?
Waco.
What you should ask is, what was the whole reason that the ATF was involved?
Well, they did have automatic. They had automatic weapons. They were not licensed for what they had.
Okay, so send them a summons, or
Well, they had big shit, dude. That could cause damage.
What was the Philadelphia Move bombing? That wasn't ATF, right? That was the city of Philadelphia, right?
Philadelphia police.
Yes, Steve-O, thanks for hanging out with us, buddy.
Rock and roll, brother.
Take it easy, Steve-O.
I feel like he just added that OG.
Well, it's fitting.
Probably used to be a number, and then he replaced it with OG.
All right, OG on the exit. Take care, buddy. Is that really him? Look at that beard. That's fire. All right.
Looks like a wizard. Looks like the Dumbledore.
Yeah.
Waco, Ruby Ridge. That was another action against constitutional right, correct?
Well, I think allegedly Randy Weaver had like an illegal shotgun or something.
He cut down a shotgun.
Cut down a shotgun. It was some incredibly pissant stuff.
Nothing
they peppered the shit out of him, basically, right?
They killed his wife and baby.
His wife and his son, right?
This case.
Yeah, his son was killed.
His son was fighting back, but I think he was shot in the back.
And he ended up getting a minimal sentence.
Randy
Well,
Weaver?
I mean, at the end of the day, he's lost everything. What's the point? So this guy's still alive?
I just don't know if he is. Let's look that up. That's a good question.
No, he's passed away recently, not too long ago.
Of old age?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a bizarre situation. Government overreach. See, I saw the Ruby Ridge thing as far more overreach than Waco, but the Waco thing, they were both poorly executed, but the Waco thing was absolutely horrendous in its execution.
For the government overreach is one aspect, but a lot of the Adventists definitely look at what that splinter of a splinter was doing, and it was definitely like a weird, creepy ass cult.
What do you mean? It was like so many other cults in history. It wasn't unusual at all.
Creepy ass cult. I'm not a big fan of creepy cult.
It's a cult where the leader, surprisingly, the rule is that all the women have to have sex with the
right.
leader of the cult. Is that unusual?
I don't know. It's creepy.
Well, I think it's creepy.
Oh yeah, it's definitely creepy.
Isn't there like one of those cults every year?
I don't know. Is there? Where are they at?
Yeah, I know. I need to lead that group.
Try to lead one. Or
asking for a friend. I mean,
I just went and got
leader.
married and had a kid. I could have went that route.
Exactly.
Yeah. God talked to me, and apparently you all have to suck my dick. So here we go.
It's not my idea. God said it.
I don't even want it, but I'll do it for the Lord. Yeah, that's pretty much how it
You
goes.
can hold your nose, you can close your eyes, but you got to do it.
Okay.
I hope no one in my family's watching this show tonight. All right, cool.
I think sometimes people are trying desperately to find something, and then those are the people that these cult leaders prey upon. And these people usually are detached from their families, and they're more or less pathetic, so they're
sometimes not though. Sometimes they're regular people.
Then they're really fucking dumb. I mean,
People that have a hopeless feeling will latch on to hope, whatever package that hope comes in. I think that's a really big, powerful motivator for people that are hopeless. I don't know.
I don't
Agreed.
can't think
Maybe
of
they
a
just
cult
like
where people where you
Just
look
let
at
'em
the
know.
first of all, cult. I don't even like that term.
What term
Just
shall we
say
use?
A small religious sect.
But cult means like you're literally following.
That's
an
kind of woke.
individual.
That's kind of a woke way to look at it.
Well, to me, all religions are cults, including the one I was raised in. So
What? Oh, Judah?
Judah?
Judaism?
Judah?
that guy.
Judah Pinkett Smith.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jewish.
I used to worship Judah Pinkett Smith, but then I can no longer. I have to keep her name out of my mouth now.
Yes.
Yeah, you get
For legal
smacked.
purposes in this show, yes, absolutely.
One of
That's it.
your
That's
cults.
all you got.
were-
You got
Sorry.
distracted.
I don't even remember what I was saying.
Everything's a cult, even the one that you were born in.
Yeah, I mean, what is? Let's not get into an argument over religion. I'm just saying I'm not
Who's
particularly. Okay, well, if I say what I'm thinking, then we're gonna be arguing.
Me?
So not you personally. He's not saying that. He's saying any religion, anyone who's following something that has a hive mind set where everyone in the religion is supposed to think the same way, would that not be a cult? By
Is
the
Buddhism a
rules?
cult? Is
Of course.
people that are Zen.
I don't know. Is Zen a religion? Wouldn't Zen fall under Buddhism?
I don't think certain aspects follow an individual. I think a cult is based off of, like, if you follow Jesus Christ, you're following an individual.
Oh no, no.
half-man,
If you're just following the man Christ and not a religion, then that's not a cult.
Why?
Because you're studying independently of religion. I don't know of any religion that just studies Christ on its own without the study involved with the particular religion.
I feel like I'm closer to that now than I am of a religion, but I still think that the definition, let me look it up.
You follow what I'm saying? So if you're just going to study Christ and learn about Christ, but not apply any religious aspect to that, then you're almost more of a historian than a Christian.
So
But I guess
a cult is broadly defined as a group of people held together by a shared, often extreme devotion to a particular religious, philosophical, or spiritual belief system, or to a charismatic leader. So
Right.
is Christ
There's
is Christ the charismatic leader?
No, it doesn't count because Christ is dead. You're talking about a living leader.
But also, RW,
Short
there's a
act is still be
one.
alive.
There's a very ambiguous word in there that you said often. Can you read that sentence again?
A cult is broadly defined as a group of people held together by a shared, often extreme devotion to a particular religious, philosophical, or spiritual belief system, or to a charismatic leader.
Often leaves you a lot of room to say, well, then sometimes it's not an extreme devotion. It's just a casual devotion,
Right.
which would then entail any religion.
Yeah, no, it's I agree with that. I think that it's a trigger word or a virtue signaling type aspect word where you say it without being able to define it well. You can just, it's like an ad hominem.
An ad hominem is an attack. Yeah, I mean, that's a somewhat vague and nebulous in this conversation, but ad hominem.
If you're having a debate on religion and someone else says you are a cult, they're not so much going to define that too well. They're just going to use it ad hominem. They're saying it in a derogatory term.
Yeah,
That's
okay.
true.
In that sense, I agree 100%, yes. In the sense we're talking about, because we're breaking it down linguistically and getting to the bare bones of the definition, we're not saying that at all in an ad hominem attack. It's more about what is a cult as opposed to what is a religion. But yeah, if you call somebody who's from a fairly standard religion and not some fucking freak, then tell them they're in a cult, it's probably insulting. Yeah.
I mean, I hear people say, well, what about Scientology? All these. And then someone will say, but it's a cult. And no, that should not be what you're really objecting to. What about, it should be everything that's significant in that religion, like the e-meter and everything, right?
Yeah.
That should be
Yeah,
the thing.
I would rather debate the doctrine.
Exactly.
It comes down to like why you believe what you believe and what does it mean and how do you stand on that and yeah, that's
Right, I mean-
I go into those territories.
Who's to say that truth cannot be found in 2026 or 1983?
What do you mean?
If you argue that any new religion or any new philosophy or any new following is cult-like, you're essentially arguing it because it's new. And you're also saying that the truth has to be something old. It can't be something you discover in 2026.
Well,
the truth, in my opinion, should be relevant to any age.
Well, it's an interesting concept what he's saying, though, RW, in that there's no relevant person who could ever exhibit the same qualities as the people from thousands of years ago that religions are based on, because frankly, we can't confirm anything that was done back then other than through faith or writings. And what makes it so that no person can be born today with the attributes of Christ or the Buddha or Muhammad, and then create a new religion? Why is that impossible?
Working moon. It sucks.
It depends on what they are devout to. So like if someone's born today or is coming out of the woodworks right now that is the new it's hard to answer. It depends on who their God is and what the doctrines of those gods are, because if they go against the doctrines and they're creating something new, they're rewriting something into they're creating a new thing. They're rebranding something, but if they're more of a prophet, then they're pointing backwards. They're saying this is established, this is the truth. They're bringing back comprehension to what was already written instead of redefining it, recreating it, and making something new that people can follow.
So in your mind, if they don't follow the old way, then they are essentially wrong or not possible to be what they
I guess
say?
I can say I relate more to a prophet than I do to someone who says they are God.
I don't need your permission to be despairing, cup of tea.
The Cult of Despair. Is that from the Monty Python? Or is that the Pit of Despair? Where's the Pit of Despair? Maybe that was...
Why do I know that also?
It's the Princess Bride. It's the Princess Bride.
Okay.
The Pit of Despair, I think. I don't know. Cup of tea will probably know.
Princess Bride, yeah, that's why I know it. I don't remember it in the movie, but it burned into my brain. You're right.
Inconceivable. I'll be back.
It's Notorious Torture Dungeon, where he hooks him up to the machine that sucks the life out of him. Yeah, I think
you've been pretty quiet.
good at talking about religion, so I appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm just tired, dude. I'm just physically drained, emotionally a little bit too.
Yeah, you want
to be honest.
You want to talk a little bit about some weather issues that have
we did that float trip and it was it was not what you plan on.
Yeah.
to say the least.
And it's a hell of a lot of work for a failure, right?
Yeah, all hell broke loose on the river with the rain, and it lasted for a long time. And I could have, and I did. Me and my buddies just made the best of it. But our families were completely miserable, understandably.
Yep.
And just huddling in little groups underneath. Well, a couple of my friends have figured out that they can affix this PVC pipe to the side of their coolers, and then that PVC pipe can hold one of those umbrellas like you would have over a picnic table at your house.
Okay.
So they bring this, and a lot of times it's extremely hot out there. So any break in the shade is welcome. And you're on a river, so there's obviously no tree over the top of you at all times.
Okay.
So, this contraption, but in this year, it was needed for protecting them from the just buckets of rain that were coming down. So they would get these tight groups underneath it. You couldn't get one more person underneath it.
You would think that when you're in a boat, rafting, I don't know if that's what it was.
Yeah.
on
Yeah.
a
Raft.
river,
Raft.
then you shouldn't be concerned about water. But
I think it's just that it's nonstop, and when it's raining that hard,
you get cold because you never get
you get
dry.
it did get you got very cold.
You never
the
get
water was
dry.
about
Leading into the adventure, like you guys had a family reunion or something, and you went rafting, or
No, just every year, me and all my friends get together and have this huge, gigantic float trip, and with all our families. And it was actually our 10th year in a row, and all the kids have grown up, together, and we're really tight and knit with my core group of friends. Anyway, it's not like it's the only time of year we see each other, but And this year, it was the first year that it just, and then we got off the river and we started getting dry and we went back to our campsite.
Where you expect to be warm and comfortable.
Yes. And the whole campsite was just destroyed.
It was nuked by the weather, right?
Yeah.
So
It
did
was
it actually
just-
get dangerous? Because I've been on whitewater kayaking trips, and it rained more than it was supposed to, and it
Yeah.
takes the water up to a certain tree level, and people can actually get killed. Like,
Yeah,
did you have any risks like
I mean,
that?
it seemed to be, I don't remember having to drag our boat much after it started raining, but it wasn't like, it wasn't like you could see it, like in the distance, the water was like a foot higher than us.
Wasn't a flash flood.
No, it wasn't a flash flood.
Okay.
Surprisingly, though, it did rain that hard for a very long period of time. But I'm guessing out there in the middle of nowhere, they don't have, sewers running in, making it increase that much more,
And it's also it's not a desert phenomenon
Yeah.
where water runs off so quickly, and so
Now, I will say that it is, at some points, it's obviously susceptible to rising, because you'll see, shit that's like 20 feet higher than you that obviously only got there because the water level was up that high. You know what I'm saying? But we never really thought about that too much. Well, I mean, it wasn't like you couldn't. I mean, I don't know where we would end up, but
If
we
you
could have
see
just
this-
climbed out and just started walking away, and we'd be in some
If
farmer's
the
field, I
sign
guess.
that says above flood stage is floating down the river, it's a little bit too much water.
Right.
That might be a time to start praying to your local cult or whatever you got going.
But our campsite was just fucking trash, dude. It was like one of the tents had the pole sticking straight through the center like a flagpole. Like it was a dome tent, and it obviously, I can't remember if it snapped or just came undone from where it pokes in and just shot up straight through the middle of the tent and was, 3-4 feet. And then the rest of the tent was kind of like a draped sheet around it,
Do you think
And
so
my
they
other-
drive you all
Right.
upriver and then drive back down and drive like they're the transport guy and they hang out at camp with the car, or like how does that
Well,
work?
no, it's like more of a put together type of a place where they have, you actually are camping at the end of the float, and they take you in a bus in the morning, take you
Okay.
upriver, and then
Okay.
this place has like a real nice log cabin like store that you can buy all your goods at, and it's like there's lots of people in the summertime that go to this place. They even had a band Saturday night.
What is this?
playing.
Aldi?
No, this camp.
Very
I was
close.
Last Dance asked me about my float trip and the being stuck on the river and the
Oh, okay.
pouring down rain, and then we came back to our campsite and the campsite was trash. My screened-in porch was in this laying alongside of the river, and it was like in this brown foamy water.
Nice.
What you built? You built
We
a
call
little
that
screened-in
snake
porch for this weekend?
Well, it's like you set it up, it's like a tent basically, but it's all screen instead of
Sure.
being a tent.
put a couple little chairs in there and you can hang out and
Well, we put it across our. It's big enough where the picnic table fits perfectly inside of it. You still have moved a room. You can put all your coolers in there and
What'd
eat
you
your
say?
Food in there.
Did you say across?
Could have.
What the hell does that mean?
What do you
If
mean?
Serena
You
was
haven't
here,
heard
she would have
the term
jumped through the
across?
screen and like.
Yeah, what do you mean? Because
How dare you?
Like when I said it, you thought I was speaking a different language. You were so confused, or you knew exactly what I was talking about. And now you're just pointing it out because I said it.
You
Right.
just got angry. You just got
No, well, I
angry.
mean, do you put a T on the end of that word? Is that a Midwestern thing?
I don't
No.
know. I'd have to rewind time to see if I did it. I
No.
don't know if I did it
My
or
dad
not.
comes from Pennsylvania.
I heard it.
All right. I mean, I've heard some like old time carpenters say height with a TH on the end. I'm like, what
And
the
do you
fuck
stop
is
them when
that?
they're talking and you
Yeah.
stop them? Wait a minute, what the fuck was that?
Yeah. What do you? What
Well, I
English do you
asked them,
speak it?
yeah, and they say
English, motherfucker. Did you
Yeah.
speak it?
when you're measuring a ceiling, it's height, but when you're measuring a board, it's height or something weird like
Really?
that. It was like two.
Height
I
is
think it was
just
a lie.
wrong.
I think I've said height a lot in my life. That's another
Yeah.
one that I don't know correctly.
Here's what I think. I think width, and people just applied the TH to the
Yeah.
end of height.
That's very possible.
Height and width, you know? That's just my thought on that. But
So is it
Across-
actually width and Heil?
I don't know about that.
No.
That's more Graham Plattner's department.
Yeah.
Oh!
Our jokes our jokes passed in the midnight, just past Freddy passed.
I'm talking about Graham Plattner, who had the Nazi tattoo, and you said Heil, so
I know. I was making a really bad
We
joke.
got it.
all right, just making sure. Do we want to go Graham Plattner on your asses? Should we go there?
Is that a good thing?
Is the desire for the Democrats to win and beat Trump blinding them from the fact that this guy had a Nazi tattoo for 18 years? And
Wait,
Is
what?
it a Nazi?
Primary. Why does it have to be complicated?
Is it a Nazi tattoo?
yes,
It is.
Wait.
yes.
Please tell me who we're talking about. I'm so confused right now.
He's
Is
running again. He's running in Maine for a seat
Yeah,
in
look at
the
that.
Senate.
The US
What is his
Senate.
name?
Graham Cracker.
Graham Plattner.
Graham
Like,
Plattner.
and
Yes.
he also had
Oh, he definitely looks like an Aryan Brotherhood guy. Sorry, guys.
he,
No,
he
it's
also
over.
had a bunch of posts about like other vets who he thought are losers, should have died, people who were wounded, fuck them sort of thing, like, you know, Purple Heart guys, and he's
So-
just a real asshole. So like,
Even this guy's. I can't even paste that picture. What?
That's a Nazi tattoo?
it is. You have to see the
This
original,
is
not
just his hello
Wow.
everybody. That's his
How many
salute.
of us would have known
Oh,
it was
the
a Nazi,
skulls.
a Nazi tattoo before we heard about this?
it was an SS tattoo
I wouldn't have
specifically.
known.
It's
Doesn't
a skull
matter.
Tattoo.
He got it overseas and he had it for a really long time. Now, the people out there who point out that, like, Pete Hegseth has some tattoos that are questionable, Pete Hegseth's tattoos are recognized as historical Christian tattoos.
What tattoo are we
Crusader.
talking about here? I guess I'll look it up.
Now, the Graham Plattner one is recognized as a historically Nazi tattoo. There's a big difference there. Comparing the two doesn't really make any sense. So my question is the thirst for victory from the Democrats clouding their sight in this? Are they missing the forest but for the task here? You know, like, I think this guy's everything that he's done, including the tattoo, should make him untouchable, and they should have seen this. I think it's embarrassing for fucking Elizabeth Warren to be endorsing this guy.
The Indian?
Yeah.
So
Folk-
the last link I shared, this tattoo on his chest, that's an SS tattoo.
It's a skull thing.
The Totenkopf. is what
No,
it's called.
that's he got it.
No, that's the over one, dude. You got to find the original picture.
Okay, I was gonna say, how the hell does that
They
have anything to do with
modified
anything?
it
You got to
after
find.
it after the controversy, the recent controversy came out.
I don't know what you guys are
Modified.
even talking about.
Wait. So
Good
is he
answer.
leading in the polls there?
Yes, and his opponent in the Democratic primary dropped out, Janet Mills, who was the governor.
Oh, so he's all right. Okay.
It isn't like the Democratic Party appointed him. He ran in the primary and he won the primary. It's that simple.
I
Where's
can't
he at?
find
What's
it.
he?
My
This
problem
is
with him is that he's a
fine.
communist. That's my
Yeah.
problem. Not that
What
he has
state is
goofy
Massachusetts?
tattoos.
Nobody's denying that he had it, RW. It's just not that easy to find.
Yeah, that one that I posted last, that's a very blurry version of it, but I can see that. I'm not familiar with that too personally, but if you guys say that's what it is, that's what it is.
Grab Plattner's original tattoo was a skull and crossbones designed, identified as a Nazi SS Totenkopf death's head symbol located on the left side of his chest. He selected it during a period in Croatia 20 years ago.
When
And-
he was
Are you
working for
telling
the
me the
Nazi
Democrats
regime?
are putting in a Nazi?
No, no, but he's had a lot of other issues. He's had, basically this sexting thing that happened outside of marriage, and
Fuck
Who
that.
cares
That doesn't
that?
matter.
it's something. It's something. It adds to it, and he's had accusations of of other stuff. I don't know.
I heard
I-
saw those accusations. Well, who the fuck knows if any of that's true? One
How-
girlfriend
how are you
says
guys-
he was
where'd you guys
mean,
come
another
across
one says he was nice. Of course, this is the party of believe women, and me too. So, why doesn't it apply to their own candidates?
Where did you guys come
In my
across this
opinion, it
information?
all-
And how
What
long ago was it?
Everything we're talking about?
Yeah, this guy with the tattoo and everything, I've heard nothing about this guy whatsoever. How old is this information?
3 weeks.
a couple weeks, 3 weeks, yeah.
And you guys saw this on Twitter or something? Or like, where
I
did you pull
did.
this information?
Yeah, I'm up, bro. I'm watching.
I'm so out of touch with what's going on right now. So
I look at Twitter every single day for its news feeds, and it didn't come up in the summaries.
See,
This
the
is
thing
an important. This is an important race, and this is an important framing too for the future, for Democrats. If this is how they're willing to go to get somebody elected, in my mind,
socialism,
whole thing-
communists.
it's salacious. The whole
I
thing
don't
is
know.
going to be wide
They
open.
didn't- Why do you say
Salacious.
They went low?
Salacious.
Got it. Salacious. It is salacious. Why do you say they went low?
And please define salacious for the rest of the group.
Because he can. I feel like he has outweighed the scales of acceptability
So are you saying that
for a
they should
candidate.
they
Candidate.
should unilaterally
I
discount
said-
the will of the voters and kick them out?
I said yes, but he shouldn't have got this far. It's one of those situations where I understand why they're going to keep going with it. They're going to die on the ship, and they don't care what else comes out. Liz Warren is latched onto the guy. It's Bernie Sanders, fucking Jew, is up there with this guy who had a fucking SS tattoo.
Is he?
It was comical. I'm like, what the fuck, Bernie? Like, he's super Jew and he's up there, and he didn't give a fuck. So clearly they don't care. That's
I'd just like to tell you, he's a good guy.
That's a good impression.
Not bad.
I'm gonna do some research on this.
They want to win. I don't know what
That's the bottom line.
That's not a bad bottom line. That's what politics is about.
Yeah,
what is this guy supporting though? Like,
What's,
is it just,
what's their other option? Not winning?
If he was
I mean-
running for a slot, on the school board, that might be an issue. But this is the Senate. Yeah, you want to rip. It's a big deal.
Newsflash. He admitted he's not a Democrat. Graham Plattner admits he is a communist. He's a socialist. He said that.
What?
And that hasn't scared any fucking... It hasn't scared one of them off. That didn't scare away Bernie Sanders. Because if you remember...
He's like, oh, here's another one.
So what they're doing by putting him there is they're number one saying we don't really care about his indiscretions, his Nazi tattoo, and number two, we don't care that he identified at one time as a communist and a socialist, because that's what the party that we want. That's why Liz Warren and Bernie Sanders are endorsing him.
Yes.
Because in the end, that's what they want. They want to take away our freedom. They want to take fucking our guns. And this is the first guy they want to do it.
Smoke wife, if you're still awake, now's your chance.
Well, here's what I would say. Why should that bother Republicans? They only have to run a decent candidate, and he's going to lose, right? They don't have a decent candidate.
Why aren't they running a decent candidate?
What state is
Because
this?
they're running the incumbent, who's the oldest living person in the United States.
I mean, do you expect do you expect like if the Republicans were in this situation, like they would not like do what the Democrats are doing and ride along with that?
No.
You know,
we know they.
mean,
we've seen that.
Come on,
a dozen
come
times
on.
in the past couple
That's
of years.
the only guy that they can find. This guy with this guy is the only guy that they can put up.
He's
and
very
that's
liked
what they
there.
do.
They voted for him.
He harvests oysters and clams. He likes to assault his clams.
He's a former Marine too.
Yeah, I mean, he's insulted guys who've been wounded in combat, like gravely wounded. It's really bad what he said.
Is that true? Is that true?
Yeah.
See that?
Yeah, it's all true. It's sad that they're going for this guy.
And where's
no,
this game?
and RW. That's what I said to my wife earlier today. I said this is one of the biggest things that pissed me off about Trump when he said what he said about John McCain, and now this fucking guy is said the same sort of shit about guys who are harmed in battle. Like,
what did
really?
he say?
They're just a bunch of dog-faced pony soldiers. Oh, that was Biden. My bad.
He basically said they're idiots, they're stupid, they deserve to die, that sort of shit.
This guy said that shit?
It's all on record.
Not on the campaign trail.
No, it's been dug up from his past.
Well, how
and
the fuck did he get this far in the first place then?
sometimes the snowball gets rolling down the hill and you can't stop the snow from gathering on it, so keep that fucker rolling, bro.
They didn't learn their lesson from Kamala Harris. They're gonna just do it again.
I don't know. Susan Collins is like shit. She's got this weird vibrating voice. Like there's a guitar pedal from the 60s. It's called vibrato. She's got like this vibrato.
Built into her.
It's not good.
Really called Parkinson's disease.
I feel bad, but she's like a grandmother you want to, go and eat some cookies with and have like a chat. She's not someone should be running against this guy.
Candidate for Senate because she's the only Republican in Maine.
Wow. It all makes sense now.
That's not true. She's the only. He's exaggerating. She's the only Republican that's willing to run. The interiors of Maine. Maine is two states. Is the people who live on the ocean and the people who live inland. And the people who live inland are not political. They don't want anything to do with politics. They're not money. They don't have money. They fucking salt of the earth type people. New England.
You're saying the Republican. That's what you're saying.
And then you have the coastal community, and they're going to vote one particular way,
Why?
Except for
because the coast has money?
So they're
Bingo.
going to call Trump a Nazi and then vote someone that has a Nazi tattoo.
And why would the coast that has money vote for the party that's going to tax them more?
Yes.
It's a Yankee liberal, bro. It happens.
What?
Quite
I
common.
don't understand this logic whatsoever. I refuse.
Yeah, I've known some people who are astronomically wealthy and they still want all Democratic policies, even though it would mean that they would lose millions upon millions of big business owners, and they still vote that way consistently. So.
Or-
Sounds
are
like
they
they,
just
it
good at
sounds like
putting
they
their money
care
in
for
limbo?
others. They care for others, and they trust the government to spend their money wisely.
Suicidal empathy.
Bless their heart.
Aphid, like,
Yeah.
come on, like, you got to protect your own wealth. I mean, that's
They're willing to give their money.
Aphid does not care about money. He's, of all the people in this group, he is the one that it's the most philanthropic, or whatever you call that, where you give your money away to other
Yes,
people.
that's right. I'm glad you finally realized that, RW.
It's not just
brought
taking
that
a
to the
shirt off
forefront
your
of
back,
this group.
taking your belt off your own
That-
pants and giving it to the
That's
other
why
person.
he's so thrifty, so that he can have more to donate.
I need more shekels to give the poor.
Exactly. Exactly.
Right. Bless
I
your
couldn't
heart.
have said it better myself.
Oh, wait, wait.
I thank you for not making me say it.
Yeah, I mean, wouldn't you like to be one of the guys who runs a consulting firm from St. Croix, works like 20 hours a week and has 10 million bucks in the bank and just keeps getting more money and living on the cheap? A lot of people do that shit these days.
Are you saying that's Aphidler?
No, that's what I consider to be like the ultimate cheat that anyone would want, because those are people who are moving away from taxation and government to get away from the tax laws. You know, you move to these fairly remote Caribbean countries and it's like essentially a tax haven. That's what smart people do with their money. I feel like idiots are like the ones who are like, no, take my money, we want to give you more. Like, well, who are these people? But yeah,
Well, I'm not sure I would call them idiots, but I wouldn't.
Oh, he has a good.
I wouldn't agree with them.
He's a communist. What?
You reading about Graham Plattner?
No, I'm reading what your wife said.
Healthcare, housing prices. Housing prices. So housing is separate from prices. Also, not taking big corp money, APEC. Yeah, I like that. That's why I like, I think it's Jake Auchincloss here in Massachusetts who's running against fucking not Warren, but Last Dance. Who's my other senator? Not Warren. Markey, yeah. Auchincloss is taking on Markey this year. Should be a good battle.
From the left. He's hitting him from the side, from the left side of the political.
Yeah, they're partners in crime. But Markey does take corporate money and Auchincloss does not, which is kind of refreshing from Auchincloss. So, and he's a combat vet, so I'm like, hey, well, let's go with this guy, you know? Something. Dude, better than Markey. Markey's one of these, like, career guys. He's like 80 something and he's fucking like just gonna milk this shit till he can't even walk, you know?
That's true.
I don't think I've ever been able to vote for somebody that didn't take the money, but I don't think I could not vote for that person.
Yeah.
Oh, Mondani is delivering what he promised.
Thought you'd like that.
Oh,
You know, well, yeah. Can we get a qualifier on what on delivering what he promised, because he is declaring bankruptcy.
that's okay. He promised to take all the money from New York State and put it in New York City. So
Yeah.
Well, I'm just
delivering
curious,
what he
like,
promised.
I want to know. I haven't heard much coming out of there. There's not been in the feeds. I just the last thing I saw is that he was basically saying that like they're in a bankrupt situation. So I'm just curious what's going on.
I heard crime's down in New York City, though.
Crime is
Is
down.
it? Because there's
Is it?
nothing left to steal.
Yes.
Sweet. Because I'm gonna be going there this summer, so I hope he does a good job.
He's
Heading
personally.
over there?
Bringing a lot of money.
Yep.
We
Got
get some
DC
hot
gonna
dogs?
go to DC. We're gonna cross right through that
shithole Philly. Hopefully we can.
Oh, you're gonna have to
Go
You
as
gotta drive as fast as you
fast
can
as
to get
possible.
ugliest on part of 95. It's the ugliest part of 95 I've been on.
Right.
Is that where
You
I'm
know,
going?
You gotta slow down
Yeah.
because all the pot.
You're gonna go on 95 and you go around the city. It's the worst.
We'll
part of
probably
95.
we'll probably drive through the city. My son really wants, and I kind of do too. Love Park, even though I know it's not the same.
It's full.
And then we would like to get a good Philly cheesesteak too. I mean, if we're gonna be there.
Isn't that place? Isn't that
You gotta
place
get a Philly cheese.
Angelo's or something like that? The one that
There's so many. Just don't do the Pats and Geno's. Those are the worst cheesesteaks.
No, it's the place that like is super famous. I think Portnoy went there. They use like a sesame seed bun. It's dope. Looks
There's
bomb.
Lorenzo's. There's Dali. I can't even pronounce the names anymore.
Do you like
I got
them?
a pizza place. I like them, but
Like
I'm not driving down the
Philly
city for 'em. I
cheesesteaks?
got a local fleet.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you can get a decent one out in the suburbs. So we could just chill there. You know, if we don't want to go to the city,
You gotta
we
find
can
the place though.
Yeah.
I just want to break her in real quick before I forget. I was coming home today from Raleigh, and there's a point where the road splits into two major highways, and a guy dropped a hay bale off the back of his truck, and just right in the middle of all that, like those big round bales.
Yeah.
And it took up two of the whole middle lanes, and if I hadn't seen it when I saw it, I would have been foobarred. I've never seen that before, but whoever went behind me, I hope they're all okay. All right, go ahead.
Wow, crazy. Cray, bro.
All right. Well, I gotta go to sleep. Y'all have a wonderful time.
See you, buddy.
We'll be back next week.
Hey,
Always
Topo,
a
it's good to
pleasure.
see you, man. I've been trying to bug your ass to get you on for a while, so it's good to hang out with you for a bit.
I've just been working.
I know,
Jobs are slowing
I know,
down now.
I get it.
Summer's here, so.
All right,
get it.
there
So
he is.
I'll talk to you guys.
All right, see you, man. T215, always a nice visit from him. Thanks for being here, buddy. Peace out. Papagino's not bad, Eastwind, not bad. What do you guys think? 11:26. Continue the mission, Charlie, Mike, or Zulu?
I still got to eat dinner.
Well,
What's on the menu? Cold
Oh, it's probably gonna be like a pizza, dude. Throw it in the oven.
Elio's or store brand?
I mean,
Really
it's
is like the square
it's-
pizzas, like the square,
Yeah.
like the 4 square. Oh my god!
Isn't
Ugh.
that still store bought?
I don't even know you
No.
can find that anymore. That's got to be gone.
Well, my buddy used to say the store brand was way better than the Elio's. Maybe.
Oh, I got the
Make
shivers.
fresh.
It's I think we got like a Chicago style in there, and we got something else.
Ooh. Chicago's super thin. That should be good.
Well, no, more
No,
of the.
Chicago's is super thick, isn't it?
That's
There's
the
two
kind that we got.
Chicago's. There's two
yeah,
Chicago's.
there is.
You,
Smoked cheese, right?
Did you get stuffed pizza, Chicago style stuffed pizza out in the St. Louis area?
Well, we get everything. Every place has got their own stuffed crust. Is that what you're talking about? Stuffed crust, where on the outside
Yeah,
edges?
it's like
yeah.
2 layers. It's basically, it's like.
Oh. No, more of the crust is stuffed with stuff. Like they shove that's like new jalapeno popper crust, and it's just the outside ring.
America, fuck yeah.
Well, last answer. You talking about like those deep dish ones?
Yeah, I don't know what they're. To me, they were always called stuffed pizza. I don't know what their other name is, but there were a couple places in Chicago that made them that I was familiar with. Nancy's was the one I liked when I was living there 1,000 years ago. Another more famous one was Giordano's.
I think that might have been where we went. That might have been. It was like some kind of like a touristy type attraction downtown.
Yeah, it
Chicago
might be,
that we
yeah.
went to.
Do they make a vegan option?
No, I don't get them anymore. But
Right.
when I was a college student,
Back when I ate
there
real
was
pizza.
a pizzeria in Champaign and Urbana. They had a couple stores there called Garcia's Pizza, and they made stuffed pizza that was to die for. It was
All the
whole wheat.
names you're
It was
calling out are
so
legit
good.
too.
And it was just spectacular.
Now, Last Dance, would this be ever the type of pizza you could pick up, or is it always knife and fork?
I would do it both ways. Sometimes I felt like picking out. It tastes better when you use your hands. I can't.
Damn
I can't
straight it
explain
does. Thank you for saying that.
But it just does. It just tastes better.
Steve, do you eat it with a knife and fork? Is that what you're saying?
I have eaten it with a knife and fork because sometimes I don't want to get my. I don't want to look like I actually buried my face in a pizza for 20 minutes.
Well, when it's fresh out of the box, I found with that deep dish style, you have to use a knife and fork.
It's too
So once
saggy, it just falls out.
once it cools down, it stiffens up, and you can just start picking that shit up and like.
You gotta know how to balance it to kind of hold it at like a 60-degree angle.
Yeah, but at some point when it's too hot, when it's too hot, at some point it's a losing battle. Just go knife and fork for the first
And that would be
slice.
magma. It would be magma for those Chicago-style pizzas. That's so much sauce and everything that you'd be literally burn your face off, right?
Exactly.
Maybe I would wait till it cooled. I don't know, but I would. It was a long time ago. It was 1980 and 1981.
Man, pizza was invented?
Before we call it, did you guys see the Kuwait International Airport attack from the drone, the Iranian
No.
drone? You haven't seen that video?
No, I haven't.
All right, I'll send it here, and you guys can grab it. Just
In Kuwait?
In Kuwait.
Kuwait.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything was going on in Kuwait these days.
Big time. Big
It
attack at
happened
the old airport
On the 4th,
on the Quattro.
2 days ago. Anyway, I
Oh,
want
yeah.
to share in the background because you guys are the Live Leak crew, and this is something I was like, this is something the Live Leak crew will watch. That's a
Last
compilation.
Dance shared it said golf cart, but it didn't look like a golf cart. I think Last Dance.
No, it
did.
wasn't a golf cart. I don't know.
Yeah, it wasn't a golf cart though. I mean, the thing was going like 60 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Wait, that has nothing to do
But
with
that was no. But I wanted to say that was I always every once in a while I enjoy seeing a little fun little clip.
Yeah, that wasn't violent enough to really quell my Live Leak loins, but
I don't think I want to really dig deep into my Live Leak loins anymore.
dig deep into those
That's
loins.
called maturation.
No, and I used to supply the masses with those, and I don't think I want to anymore. I'm
Is it 'cause
glad
you had
that
a
part of
kid?
me is over. No, because I had a kid at the time. I don't know. Just
Okay.
I now that I'm not desensitized as when you stop watching stuff like that, you go back to your normal. Like there was a point where I could take anything. I don't care what it was. I don't think anything would have bothered me. There was unfortunately, to my human, I don't know. It just I was to that point at one point, and I'm not at that point anymore. Like now, I could see some stuff that would bother me, and I don't want to see it.
To me,
I
it's
don't
more a
even
matter
really.
of.
I don't
Go
even
ahead.
watch any of it. I just want it
Yeah.
to be out there. I want it to be released.
Oh yeah, I'm not
'Cause
saying it shouldn't.
I was a proponent of the Live Leak aspect that promoted the freedom of expression. And that was Hayden's whole thing, and I'm fine. I want it out there. But the fact that none of the old sites work anymore, it's just not there. But anyways, let's roll. What do we got?
I mean, I was just curious for Aphid, as your son gets older and he starts asking broader, more philosophical, academic questions. See you, Last Dance.
Weird.
Do you feel more withdrawn for the information you want to share with him, or are you very open with what you share with him? Because
No,
you know
I-
a lot.
If
You know
yeah,
a
if he
lot
wants
of
to, if
information.
he wants to know something, I'll tell him.
Really?
I'm pretty. Yeah, he's 17 now too, so
Yeah.
those guards have went down over time, but
Okay.
now he's like the other day he was going to do an R-rated movie, and we were like, dude, you can't go see an R-rated movie, and he's like, I'm 17 now and I have a valid ID, and we realized, yeah, he can go see an R-rated movie now if he wants to. It's his own
18.
choice. It's out of my hands.
Oh, welcome back, Last Dance. Oh, see you later, Last Dance.
Oh, he's back.
welcome back, buddy. Thanks
He
for coming
added
back.
himself, and I took him off. Now he's back.
But no, I have a very completely open relationship with my son. You know,
Okay.
more so, and I don't know if that's the right move, because I am more his friend than I probably am his father, and I don't know if that's the right move. But
I want that to work out for you.
It seems to work out for me, and I seem to kind of I'm a little bit more in tune to what's going on in his real life that most parents, you know, he might be more shielded towards, you know.
Sure.
Did that shift a dramatic amount? I know you want to close the show. I'm very curious because I'm having a big struggle right now. Did that shift dramatically from the age of 13 to 17?
Well, he, you know, I let him allow, you know, I it's like when you go in to get you want to eat a steak for dinner, you go in and you let the steak choose you. You don't go in there with like a preconceived notion of, I want to get a ribeye tonight, or I want to get a KC strip, or I want to get a filet mignon. You go and see what the butcher's got, and that's what you choose. And so I let him choose, you know, where he is in his maturity level with how I communicate with him. But I spend an awful lot of time with him, like literally, like, you know, we're like two buds, you know. So I'm more attuned to some parents, you know, they come home from work, and I'm not knocking them or how everybody else does things, or, you know, they're not, you know, they don't got the time that I have with my one son to put into it. So I gauge a lot of what I share back with him on, you know, what he gives me.
I think that the aspect of having two sons must make a major difference because of all of the strife that happens when they're battling and all the issues that they have amongst each other. That must make a major difference in the whole experience.
Well, and it's probably a lot more helpful too, because, you know, he hasn't had that. He has an experience with a 50-year-old man, not peers his own age. So
No, but what I'm saying is your relationship with him isn't strained and stressed, so you have the ability to be his friend because there's all that negativity doesn't exist, so you have the ability to hang out.
Well, as a parent, there's always strain and stress because, you know, whether it's what he's doing in school or how he treats his mom, you know. So, you know, it's not all, you know, a walk in the park.
It's
You
a
know
large
what I'm saying?
conversation. Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I hear you. I appreciate what you have said. But that's a very large conversation.
Yeah, and I don't know if what I've done or how there's no secret recipe. You got to figure that shit out on your own with your own kids. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, but the way that you're saying it, you're happy and you're enjoying it, and I'm
Well, that's
stressed and
true. That is true.
fighting. And
Like,
I
know,
would
when
rather be in your shoes.
Yeah, I don't know what to say to that because
Right. I feel like an asshole because I'm the standard bearer and they're not reaching that standard. And the standard's not really high. That's why I'm struggling. So I am at the point where it's like, do I relent and just allow chaos, or do I actually hold firm and keep the standard that I know to be what it should be? That's where I'm at. That's my battle.
good. All I can say is good luck, dude. You gotta choose your own path.
Yeah,
I don't know what to say.
I'm glad that you're enjoying your experience because
Well,
you're
I
at the point where your kid's about to go out.
hopefully you enjoy your experience with your kids too.
I hope that it can level out, and before they leave the house, we're at the same page. I hope I can reach the same point somehow that you're at now, because your
Yeah.
son's about to venture off into the world, and the last thing you want is him to not come back.
Yeah, I know, dude.
So, I
All
digress.
right, very, very interesting conversation to end it off there, fellas. And on that note, we're at 20 minutes to 12. Last dance. You want to run the last hour?
I do not.
All righty, everybody.
All right, good to see you guys.
Great pub.
All right, everybody.
take
Great
care,
pub.
guys.
Start
week,
getting rid of
everybody.
yourselves, or I'll get rid of it.
Yeah, I'll back out. Last dance. Thanks for hanging out, Steve.
And thank you, buddy. Take care. All right. What a nice group of gents we had tonight. Everybody was here in the chat. I really appreciate you. And everybody who was here on the screen, you're the best. I really hope to continue this tradition week after week in perpetuity, because you're all so wonderful. And you see that guy right there? Go find him. You might find me where he happens to be. And if you can make that happen, I'll see you there. If you can't, I'll see you next week. I love you all. Good night.